Good evening, everyone. It is December 15th, and we are continuing the meeting from December 13th. At this time, I would ask Interim City Clerk to please summarize the number of participants this evening and introduce our first four speakers.
There are 39 remaining speakers, and our first four speakers are David Sinke, Jason Sinners, Brian Head, and Tina Francone.
And if the first person will come to the podium and the other three sit in the reserve seats, that way we can just keep moving. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is David Sinke, 712 Main Street, Louisville, Colorado. I'm a past resident of Westminster and the president of Boulder Creek Neighborhoods. I'm here to speak in favor of the Uplands Community Development Plan and urge City Council to approve the questions before you tonight. At Boulder Creek Neighborhoods, our mission is to add to the diversity of the housing supply. Since 2006, we've built over 2,000 homes across the Front Range of Colorado, and all of them have been designed to appeal to the non-typical suburban family. For many years, we focused primarily on the lack of housing options for seniors and empty nesters. We have developed a reputation for building innovative single-level homes that feature access-enhancing universal design, low-maintenance materials, low water usage, and high energy efficiency. While we remain dedicated to this type of targeted senior housing in Westminster, I'm here tonight to provide you with my perspective on what has become known as missing middle housing. At any given time, we're building 8 to 12 communities in the Denver metro area, which means we have a nearly constant stream of potential homebuyers visiting our sales centers. What we keep hearing is a desire for something in the middle, not a large single-family home and not a mid-rise apartment. Due to a particularly onerous construction defect environment in Colorado, condos are hard to come by, and there really is a lack of options in the middle. The average size of a newly constructed single-family home has gone up significantly in the past several decades and is one of the most important drivers of the cost of housing. In the 1950s, new homes averaged 950 square feet. They now average over 2,100 square feet. In 2018, we announced that we would be building 34 wee cottage homes in Denver. Wee cottages are homes that could be built as a small lot single family, a duplex, or a triplex. They range in size from 950 to 1,400 square feet. And I can tell you that we were initially nervous about bringing these homes to market. You see, the home building industry decided many years ago that new single family home needed to have a 2 to 3 car garage, a 5-piece master bath, 3 to 4 bedrooms, and a fenced backyard. We were worried that prospective buyers would react negatively to the details of these new homes. The opposite was true. To our surprise, local media ran stories and news segments about the attainable by design homes, and within 10 days, there were over 700 people on the waiting list for just 34 homes. The homes are now built and occupied, and we've had the opportunity to learn from those who purchased homes, as well as those who signed up but were not able to purchase one of the 34 homes. By far, the most significant takeaway was the broad diversity of home buyers that were looking for a middle housing option that did not fit the standard definition of single family. We sold homes to seniors, singles, and families, empty nesters, never nesters, men and women who were divorced or never married, and as you would expect, first-time home buyers. These were the adult children of the people who lived in the community. Wee Cottage was the missing middle-sized, middle-priced housing option that was and is in short supply. We have gone on to offer hundreds of these new homes across communities on the Front Range, and the response has been the same. I could share with you story after story of grateful and relieved homeowners who were finally able to find an option that worked well for them. Wee Cottage is only a small part of the equation when it comes to solving the missing middle housing issue, but it is a proven start. At Boulder Creek, we are actively looking to be a part of progressive projects like Uplands, where considerable thought is given to walkable tree-lined streets that are fronted by porches and storefronts, not garage doors. I believe this diverse infill project will help revitalize surrounding commercial property while giving existing residents of Westminster new and needed housing options, not to mention new public parks. To that end, I encourage you to approve the annexation and zoning questions before you tonight. My colleagues and I at Boulder Creek look forward to working with the master plan developer, staff, planning commission, city council, and most importantly, residents of Westminster to bring this vision to life. Thank you for your service to Westminster and good night.
Thank you. Before we go on, Mr. Dumont, did you have a motion for tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to move that we extend the meeting to midnight tonight.
Councilor Seymour?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to expand the meeting at least till midnight tonight and then reevaluate. Is there any other comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Just wanted to get that out of the way. And would you give us the second name again in case they came in?
Yes, the next speaker is Jason Sinners. And would Rob Ham move down to the front? Okay, Brian Head is the next speaker.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Brian Head. I live at 5404 West 96th Avenue in Westminster. I'm a founding board member and past chairman of the Westminster Chamber of Commerce. I've also served as chairman of the board of the Jefferson County Business Lobby and as a board member of the Jefferson County Business Education Alliance and the Outdoor Lab Foundation. Additionally, I was a member of the city's Partners in Energy Task Force, which helped formulate a portion of the city's sustainability plan, and was a founding member of the Westie Believes Coalition to provide support for our neighbors who have been victims of sexual assault. In 2019, I was named the city's Citizen of the Year for my efforts, and I currently serve as president of a Jefferson County public charter school. I'm here to speak in support of the Uplands development. I do so understanding that there are those loud voices who will shout their opposition despite the many benefits this project brings to our community. There are those who will demonize this development's supporters, including those of you who vote to approve the project. In fact, after I spoke at the Planning Commission meeting a few weeks ago, a member of that group threatened to, and I quote, make trouble for me if I continued to support this project. But I won't be deterred by bullies because I love this community and I believe in the benefits that this project will bring to Westminster. I'm also here to make a stand for the right of the property owners to make the decision they feel is best for their personal property, no matter the noise made by those who would use the heavy hand of government to force their personal preference on others. This isn't the first time I've spoken up on that issue. A few years ago, when I became aware that the city wanted to limit the types of new businesses allowed to open in historic Westminster, or the historic southern portion of our city, narrowing the options available for property owners in that area, I spoke up for the rights of those individuals as well. With all that said, we need housing in Westminster. Property values have skyrocketed. Economics 101 would tell us that when demand is higher than what supply can meet, prices will increase. There are many reasons for that increased demand that we don't have time to get into tonight. Suffice it to say that the invisible hand of the market is at work. I encourage you to read the classic essay by Leonard Read entitled I Pencil. Central planning alone will not solve this problem. Allowing the market to meet demand by increasing supply is our best option in both the short and long term. Our local businesses are struggling to hire right now, and that's in part because large sections of the workforce have been priced out of our city. Rising gas prices and increased demands on our highway systems have further alienated those workers from our community. Councilor Asiati has spoken extensively about the need for affordable housing in our community. I agree with him. Councilor Baker has spoken about the need for residents to be able to use their cars for first mile, last mile trips within our community. I agree with him. This project accomplishes both. Mayor Pro Tem Dave Dumont has celebrated our parks and understands what green spaces bring to the fiber of a community. I agree with him. This project provides publicly accessible parks in an area that desperately needs them on land that is currently not legally accessible to the public. Several on council have spoken about their concerns about water prices and the status of our infrastructure. I share those concerns. We can't avoid progress and development. Any healthy market includes both. But the Uplands developer has gone to great lengths to ensure sustainability, energy efficiency, and that they are operating well within the water resources allocated for this site. The Planning Commission has already examined these issues extensively. I'm a lifelong resident of this area. I pay the water bills. I drive my kids to school on our city streets. And as many of you have, I've talked to thousands of our residents, business owners, and their employees over the years to understand the demands of our community. I've arrived at the conclusions I have after thoroughly vetting this project and weighing the costs and benefits for our city. I believe this is the right thing right now for Westminster, and I encourage you to vote yes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Tina?
Tina Francone is the next speaker, and Rob Ham, Brian Dias, and Damon DeFabio.
Welcome. And if she called your name, if you would come down to these 3 seats so we don't waste time getting in and out.
Well, good evening, Mayor and councilors, and congratulations to our newest councilors and Mayor Nancy. My name is Tina Francone. I live at 7606 South Newland Street, Littleton, Colorado. I'm a longtime resident of Jefferson County, proud to have served as your Jefferson County Commissioner, proud to have served as your RTD Director as well. Currently, I serve on the Westminster Chamber of Commerce. But tonight, I find myself on this side of the dais, like I have so many years before, just like the rest of our neighbors here, to voice an opinion about a passionate subject here in Westminster. Councilors, you might think this is a difficult decision, but really it's not. A passionately debated one for sure, but the answer is clear. If you'll bear with me, I'll help and try and clarify some of that for you. This is a good project and you should approve it. In preparation for this hearing, I read thousands of pages of testimony. I looked at the drawings, I read the testimony, I read the comments from all of our neighbors. I read it because, frankly, I was looking for a reason for you to deny this project. I took it with a very critical eye, and I could find nothing wrong with it. This is a good project. You should approve it. Your staff agrees. The Planning Commission unanimously approved it last week. This is a good project and it should be approved. The regulatory mandates imposed by the City of Westminster have been satisfied, every single one of them. Remember, I tried to find fault with this project and I couldn't. Water issues, resolved. Density, check. Open space, check. Crime. Our chief of police was here on Monday night, check. Over and over and over again, check. The applicant has spent 5 years compromising and complying with every single request by the city and by the community with regard to this project. This is a good project and you should approve it. I think what's happening here is like what happens in all great communities. The neighbors are passionate about this piece of property. It's been a part of Westminster history for hundreds of years. In recent history, it's been vacant. So it's operated as kind of a park, as kind of an open space because it's been vacant. But it's not parkland. It's not open space. It's privately owned. But guess what? Just like the homes we live in right now, it started as an open, empty lot. It didn't just spring forth and voila, I have a house. It started as an empty lot. And the longtime residents of Westminster, sometimes I think we forget. This applicant has carefully, thoughtfully, sustainably designed a community that has a bit of everything, including commercial units. But most importantly, it's filling a space that no other developer is willing to fill, the middle market. Admittedly, middle is kind of subjective, but understanding that the median price of a home in the Denver metropolitan area is about $700,000, this is a middle market here. I attended Urban Land Institute's annual meeting with developers in the beginning of this year, And they gave a forecast of what the industry would look like for 2021 and 2022. What was their answer? We're going to build more luxury homes and vacation homes. They would continue to build those large luxury homes. The applicant could have done that too, but he didn't. They listened to this community, identified the need, and with your approval, will fill that need. Counselors, this is not a case of an evil, greedy, carpetbagging developer coming into our community to rape and pillage, just looking to turn a quick profit on the backs of our residents here. All of these folks have spent years and years trying to develop this project into something that'll be a shining star to help Westminster continue to be the leader in this community and in the state.
And Tina, I know the lights aren't working, but I've been keeping track. So if you could just finish up.
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, sorry, you'll have to forgive me. I'm a recovering politician. But thank you all so much for considering everything that's been here tonight. I know you've all been through a lot, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
I ask that you approve this project.
Thank you.
Rob Ham. Okay, our next speaker is Brian Dias, and then Damon DeFalbo, Jackie Lombardi, and David Pardo. Would you please come to the front?
Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and councilors. Appreciate you taking the time to listen. It's taking a lot of your time. My name is Brian Dice. I live just a few blocks down the street in the Highland Village community in Westminster. I am a real estate broker, and I also sit on the board for the Westminster Chamber of Commerce. But I'm here this evening primarily wearing my local real estate broker hat. A little over a decade ago, the builders began falling behind on building enough new homes to meet the demand, and they've been trying to catch up ever since. The latest data tells us that we are about 175,000 units, housing units, shy of meeting the demand in the overall Denver metro area. And Westminster has our portion of that. I couldn't tell you the exact numbers. So to give you a perspective, they would have to build about 55,000 new housing units a year for the next 5 years in order to catch up, including the increased anticipated demand over that period of time. That's not happening. They're building at about half that rate at the best. So all of the cities and communities in the metro area need to do what we can to help fill that gap. In my business, I hear a lot of comments and complaints about the rising cost of housing, and I couldn't agree more. I see it every day. One of our projects that started a few years ago up in the north end of Westminster in Tanglewood, those houses have reached into the 800,000s already. But it's a matter of basic economics, right? As long as we have these extreme shortages on the supply side, we're going to continue to see the demand and the competition created by that push our prices up at a more rapid rate than the 5 or 6% appreciation that we would expect to see historically over a long period of time. In a city like Westminster, it's especially challenging. We put a lot of value on our open spaces and our trails, and I wouldn't want to see that change. That's one of the reasons I love living here, and I'm sure you do too. But it leaves us with very limited resources of land that can still be developed and create more new housing. So we need to make the most and maximize the possibilities with that limited resource that we still have. In my younger days, I built houses for a number of years, and then I began selling homes on site for a builder before going into general real estate about 25 years ago. So I have been working with and around builders and developers for most of my working life. And I will tell you, the plan put forth by the Upland developers, in my opinion, is about as good as it gets these days. To maximize those resources in a reasonable and responsible way and be able to create as much new housing as we can with that resource. There are no perfect solutions. I wouldn't pretend that. But we do need to do what we can to help fill that gap. I understand the concerns that some have about the changes that a project like this can bring to a community. But the fact remains, we need to do our part in helping create what affordable housing, if that's even a thing anymore, we need to create. People need a place to live, and they need an affordable place to live. And in my opinion, if we kick this can down the road, it's just going to put it off, but we're not going to find a better solution. I don't think a not in my backyard approach is going to get us where we need to go. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Jackie Lombardi. And then if David Pardo, Julia Abdel, and Jessica Preston would come down, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jackie Lombardi, and I live at 1216 East 28th Street in Denver. I am a 24-year-old third-generation resident of Colorado, and I know my current address is in Denver, which many people in this audience hate. I learned this after I came to speak in support of the Uplands project at the Planning Commission meeting and was basically verbally harassed by members of the audience and again in the parking lot by residents who said I shouldn't be allowed to have an opinion on this. So I would like to clarify that my great-grandparents moved here over 100 years ago. My grandparents lived here their entire life. My father was raised just 15 minutes up the road. And the reason that I have not continued the family tradition of living here is because I've been outpriced. Let me put things into perspective. Everyone knows that you should not spend more than 30% of your income on rent. Now, I'm a very privileged 24-year-old with a bachelor's degree and a salaried job in a high-growth industry. The median rent for a one-bedroom in Westminster is nearing $1,700 a month, and it's not much better for a 2 or 3 bedroom. This is over the 30% benchmark of my salary. Now imagine what that rent is like for some of my peers and friends who are EMTs, nurses, firefighters, and service industry workers. They make $12 an hour. You will not be hearing from these people tonight because they are working. They don't have the privilege of waiting more than 5 hours to speak to you for 3 minutes about how they can't afford their rent. They are the ones who will tell you to please build more housing, not the people who already own homes here. I need to mention that many of my peers who struggle to pay their rent don't qualify for affordable housing. I'd like to thank this council for asking why there's not more legally affordable housing in this proposal, but please recognize that those who qualify for the very narrow legal criteria for assistance are not the only people who are suffering. According to the resources on the City of Westminster Economic Development site, 3 out of 4 low-income renters don't qualify for affordable housing because there's not enough funding for them to expand the criteria. So before you dismiss this proposal because of affordability concerns, I urge you to consider the extreme lack of any general housing in Westminster that's not a single-family zoned house with a lawn. Then on sustainability, a bit of background on me. I was a project manager at the National Renewable Energy Lab, and I currently work at a leading international research firm on climate change. Every day, my job is to work with city governments to meet their climate goals and lower emissions within their urban environments. To clarify, I'm not representing my present or past employer tonight. I'm just a concerned citizen, but I think it's important to share that this is what I think about every day. It's easy to think that open space, no matter where it is a good thing for the environment, but it's now widely agreed upon by climate experts that the argument of protecting infill open space is misguided. This misunderstanding has led to more environmentally damaging sprawl and increased emissions. When homes are farther away from each other, you require every single person to have a car to get anywhere. This increases reliance on transit corridors like Federal and 36 and results in more emissions that pollute your community's air. If you're concerned about traffic and emissions, you need to improve the walkability of Westminster. And you only do that by allowing for mixed-use zoning and housing. Let people live closer to the places they need to go. Uplands, which puts homes within a walkable distance of retail, office space, and actually developed parks, is a climate solution. And the trees, vegetation, solar-ready roofs, and EV charging included in this plan will ultimately help reduce the urban heat island effect. An unused monoculture farm, which isn't even farmed anymore, will not. Lastly, Council, I implore you to consider what will happen if you reject the Uplands proposal. Tomorrow's headline will say that Westminster City Council rejected 300 new units of affordable housing. How will you explain that to the 4,000 low-income renters on the waitlist for subsidized housing in Westminster? You will also have sent a signal to every single developer that Westminster does not want their investment. If you're rejecting fully funded public parks, affordable housing, and sustainable building design, why would anyone else waste their time trying? If you want to reject this proposal because it's not 100% perfect, you won't attract your 100% perfect proposal. And beyond all of this, you will be preventing a private landowner from making a decision about their own land. They chose to sell their property. Why should people who live around that property, people who have not offered to buy this land and have no ownership in it, have more say in that decision than the landowner? Council, someone is offering to invest hundreds of millions of dollars into your community in a way that will ultimately benefit all residents, even if they can't see past the horror of having a partially obstructed sunset view. If you have concerns about bike lanes and design specifics, work with the developer to make sure your needs are met. Refusing this opportunity will go against all of the issues you promised to help Westminster solve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
David Pardo, Julia Abdel. I have been watching the clock. I've been watching the clock. I will start the
Excuse
clock.
me, we are, when I don't see it on, I'm taking time of when it's on my computer. And again, we ask for the crowd to let us do our job. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am here as a resident, let me pause, Juliette Abdel, 8860 Westminster Boulevard. I'm here as a resident of our city and president and CEO of the Westminster Chamber of Commerce. Now, while you have received our chamber position statement, tonight I wanted to expand on areas of interest within this project. Our organization believes in a market-driven economy, guided by the needs and demands of consumers and investors. We believe the most successful local economy is led by successful businesses and entrepreneurs supported through public-private partnerships. And we know that workforce and the contribution of a single individual play a key role in that success now and into the future. Based on the present climate, we have seen a tremendous need in our community for housing options. When assisting our businesses with workforce development with tools and programs, we have recognized that their ability to attract employees is only one part of the challenge. Another is where to house them. With a large percentage of people living outside of a community, the industries most suffering are those that cannot compete with the rising cost of housing. With our workforce able to live where they work, they then contribute as a true resident, as a user of our parks, school districts, and much more. As consumers, they will invest in our local businesses. And as our businesses' sales grow, so too does their ability to better the livelihoods of all families employed by them. To recover in a COVID economy, we need significant economic growth. The Upland project encourages economic efficiency with its proposed commercial space, a minimum of 30,000 square footage in Parcel A alone, which can be scaled down for multi or single tenants to accommodate various types of businesses, including our rising entrepreneurs. According to the Colorado Secretary of State's office, in the third quarter of this year, we had over 38,000 new business filings. How positive of an impact would that make should those entrepreneurs choose to start, expand, or relocate in our community? Finally, in the area of diversity, a personal project of mine, as a member of the city's Inclusivity Board, we have taken up the issue of discussing the food desert in our South Historic part of the community. With the recent closure of the Walmart on 72nd and Federal and no Safeway, there are limited options for our minority communities. Learning over the course of this project about the potential for a grocer to come to the area and fill this need would be highly advantageous. A project like Uplands that has followed the city process, that has been recommended for approval through our City Planning Commission, that has shown significant interest in building relationships locally and regionally, and that is willing to adapt to address concerns, deserves to move forward. We strongly urge the Westminster City Council to vote to approve Uplands this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call Jessica Preston down, Linda Graybell, JB Chavez, and Ian Godsey. Keith Uwen-Neal, and then Adam Estroff, Jill Jennings-Gullich, and Andrew Knutson.
Excuse me, which order was she?
I'm sorry, what, Jessica?
That's okay.
Yeah, Jessica is, yes.
Welcome.
Thank you, guys. I'm so sorry. Let me grab my notes. I'm pregnant, and that waits for no one.
Understand. And let's make sure the lights are working.
Good evening. Thank you for listening to me tonight. Jessica Preston. I am the owner of 11221, and pull this down, West 107th Avenue in Westminster. I am a local real estate agent. And the reason why I'm here tonight is to speak on behalf of several of my first-time homebuyer clients and several of those clients that have been unable to buy. Based on the 2020 census, the median income level for an average household in the city of Westminster is $76,000 a year. That translates to roughly a $385,000 house payment or house that they can afford with a $60,000 down payment. Or if you were to drop that down payment to a $15,000 down payment, it would be about $311,000. As many of you know, that doesn't exist in Westminster, especially not with a single family home. In the Pillar of Fire area, the median closed home sale price in the last 12 months was approximately $475,000. This is why I'm in such strong support of this project. It offers not only single family homes, but condos, townhomes, work-life balance, right? It offers a large variety of housing that I think would be a great opportunity for several of those people that haven't been able to buy. The other reason why I'm in favor of it is because I have several first-time home buyers that are unable to buy because of poor credit, bankruptcy on their record, things like that. And so they have to rent. And many times what happens is the rental properties that they can't afford fill up so quickly that the only ones that are left are so expensive that they can't afford them. There's also the opportunity of timing it just right, but most of the time it works out that they're not able to find anything within the city. And so they have to go to our neighboring cities like North Glen, Thornton. In some cases, I've seen them go to Commerce City or Aurora. That means they're commuting for their jobs that are here when they would really love to live here because they just can't afford it. Because this project also offers rental housing, which is in high demand in this area, I think it's a great opportunity to add a great mixture of everything and really help fill those needs that aren't being met. Not everybody is able to be a first-time home buyer and afford a single-family house. Many of them can only afford condos, townhomes, things like that. And as I just mentioned, several can only afford to rent. And so offering that is a great way to build the community. We have a timer, I just noticed. To build a community so that they have a place to live where they work, which also translates to tax dollars. If they are shopping for their groceries here, because I don't shop for my groceries in a different town than where I live, they're going to be paying into those sales taxes. They're going to be paying purchase here, including like Walmart, things like that, because they live in this town. That will also translate to helping with the cost of the water, because they're going to be paying into the water system as well. So all in all, I think it's a great way to help support the city and help it grow, as well as helping the people that live here and want to continue living here. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Keith is the next speaker, followed by Adam Estroff, Jill Jennings-Gullich, and Andrew Knutson.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Keith Awaniel, And for the last 10 years, I've been the director of Crown Point Academy of Westminster. Crown Point is the K-8 public charter school located directly across from the proposed development at 2900 86th Avenue. On behalf of the 500 students, teachers, and staff, I'm expressing my strong support for the Uplands Community Project. I urge your approval on the PDP and MODP, bringing this much needed and long overdue project to Westminster. As a public charter school, two of our biggest priorities are stable enrollment and housing for our staff. The local school district faces declining enrollment. At the same time, our dedicated teachers and support staff are being pushed further and further away from the school due to rising home costs and rent. Students and families are also moving out of the area, and due to lack of affordable housing options, fewer and fewer new families are moving into the area. By creating more housing opportunities at a price range that can accommodate both teachers and parents, we can ensure the continued success of our school and our students. You can also help us attract and retain families and teachers. In addition, the project will generate much needed tax revenue for the community's benefit. For many years, we've worked closely with the Uplands team on a range of concerns and issues that matter to us. Most significantly, this includes the upgrades to Federal Boulevard between 84th and 88th Avenue, a high traffic corridor where there's currently no designated sidewalk for our students. Any crossing of Federal Boulevard without the traffic light is scary, but the southbound turn at 86th Avenue is especially dangerous. I personally witnessed numerous car accidents and many pedestrian near misses. Additionally, the bus stop directly across from the school is practically unusable. I was going to say, on a personal note, the other day I swapped cars with my daughter. She came to the school. She turned a left onto 86, and I just sat there and said, please don't turn left on Federal. Please don't turn left. And I just kind of had to close my eyes and hold my breath. I can't call her. I can't text her. I don't want to distract her until she safely crossed Federal. I could not breathe. It's that scary, instead of taking a right on 86, then going down to Decatur, down to 84th. And on another personal note, I have one of the best views over the last 10 years of any professional in the city. And I understand giving up that view. But this project isn't about me. It's actually not about anybody in this room. It's not even anybody who's bought property yet. These are people who don't even know that they're going to live in Westminster and have never even heard of Crown Point. By building that project out, we can make sure they have a home, they have schools to go to, and that connection, and that safe connection. So when I look at this as a school, getting that built across 86th and going westward past Federal, this project is to me, the best way to get that done as quickly as possible. So getting back to my notes, we believe these improvements need to happen sooner rather than later. The Uplands team has been both responsive and proactive in working with us to collaboratively identify newer, safer options that will protect all pedestrians, and especially our students, all of which are addressed in the proposal before you tonight. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Adam Estroff, Jill Jennings-Golick, Andrew Knutson, followed by, if you'd come to the front, Anna DeWitt, Joshua Katz, and Charlie Woolley.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Andrew Knutson, Managing Principal of the Denver Office of Economic and Planning Systems.
Hang on one second until we get the lights ready to go. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Our firm does fiscal analysis, economic impact analysis, work on affordable housing policy, as well as equity policy and metric formation. About 2/3 of our client base are public sector entities, and in fact, we've recently advised the city of Westminster. 1/3 are private developers. We understand the intersection between the two, and oftentimes our work comes down to data and metrics used to form public policy decisions. I'd like to speak first to fiscal and economic benefits, and then move into the equity portion of our analysis. We constructed a fiscal model for the project. We do this for many projects up and down the Front Range. Very standard. Essentially, take the city of Westminster budget, divide it per capita, figure out the factor per capita, apply it to the new project, figure out what the new project will cost the city, also estimate revenues generated by the project, figure out if there's balance or not. It's a little more nuanced than that, but because everyone enjoys fiscal impact analysis in detail, I'll spare you the details and move on with the big picture. The project is fiscally balanced, particularly if we can bring in a grocer like Jeff was talking about on Monday night. The analysis did not account for e-commerce. The Supreme Court decision on that was recent, and we didn't have the track record within Westminster to understand exactly how that bumps. But if we were to go back today and do it, the current analysis showing balance would move into surplus. In addition, police and fire, fully accounted for. 55% of the 2.7 million in annual revenues would be going to police and fire. So those departments were fully accounted for in the analysis. In addition to the annual revenues, $71 million in fees coming to the city, plus $40 million in capital improvements for offsite infrastructure to address existing deficits, and $16.8 million to the Westminster School District, as noted by the superintendent on Monday night. Moving into economic impact, there's two kinds of economic impact, one-time and ongoing. One-time, essentially construction jobs, 540 construction jobs annually over the course of build-out. In terms of the ongoing, 1,500 jobs, and these are direct, indirect, and induced, based on the commercial improvements to be constructed and the spend coming out of the residential. Bottom line, fiscal revenues to the city and job formation for Westminster residents. Job formation for Westminster residents moves into the equity conversation. Our firm has been doing a lot of equity work. Everyone wants to talk about equity these days. Current projects involve efforts in Tacoma, Kansas City, Dallas, San Antonio, as well as work for Governor Polis on how to make the Colorado State parks more equitable. We have done comprehensive plan work providing equity elements for Denver, Charlotte, as well as an equity atlas for the Mile High Connects. Drawing from this work, we created a structure to evaluate Uplands in terms of its impact on equity. We identified 4 areas: economic advancement, healthy living, equitable mobility, and housing diversity, and then evaluated the project within those 4 categories. On economic advancement, there are training programs, and specifically training programs with the HBA and Westminster High School. These relationships and investments are in place today. Construction jobs, obviously a lot of construction jobs over the course of build out, but the link to enable existing residents to get the training to move into high wage jobs and change their household income for the better. The thing that I am most excited about is the local business incubator, a structure to enable business people who have an interest in forming their own business to come in, not only low rents, probably in the form of percentage rents, but also the oversight and support for accounting, finance, legal, marketing, what have you. Small businesses don't have the ballast to be able to cover these costs until they get up and running, and particularly people who are new to the idea of owning their own business. There's a lot of conversations around DEI. Our firm, along with every other firm across the country, formed a DEI committee 18 months ago, and now we have a book club. There's a lot of conversation. And in those conversations, it is wealth creation and ownership of business that often is one of the key areas where people feel like they've been shut out of. This project affects change in a real way. So we're particularly enthusiastic about that. Other 3 metrics: healthy living, and I'm out of time, equitable mobility and housing diversity, those have been touched on. In closing, the last thing I'd like to say is, how do we move the conversation to us, them, to we, broadening this across the city? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Again, I'd ask the community to refrain from speaking up. Next.
Charlie Woolley is the next speaker, and if Sandra Rodriguez, Carl Merida, and Paloma Merida, and Elaine Adair, please come to the front.
Hello, my name's Charlie Woolley, and I live at East Cedar Avenue in Denver.
I'm sorry, can you please speak into the mic?
Sure. Charlie Woolley, I live at 1865 East Cedar Avenue in Denver. I'm the founder of St. Charles Town Company, co-founder of St. Charles Town Company, which I founded in 1993 with my co-founder, brewery partner, who's now a U.S. Senator. Our company, from its inception, has had a deep commitment to building community through real estate, that has both a commercial profit and a social dividend. I'm speaking to you in support of this project and in support of the applicant who shares our values in community building that is inclusive, diverse, sustainable, and are attractive destinations for citizens who contribute to the vitality of communities. The Planning Commission approved the Uplands on 4 separate 7-0 votes, as you know. It's important that you all take that into consideration in evaluating this project tonight. Housing prices continue to rise across the Front Range and all across Colorado, and rent insecurity has never been higher than it is now. Expanding housing inventory across all types is key to maintaining both affordability and economic prosperity for families. Uplands will create a significant and sustained economic impact and jobs in an area that has not seen the investments that other parts of Westminster have seen. We are the property owners in Westminster of a community at 97th and Federal. As a property owner and a real estate developer, I understand the sacred American values of property rights. Our community is growing, and growth is managed by our planning officials and ultimately by our elected officials. Property rights are rights for all owners and must be respected and treated equally by laws and regulations in our community. We must be able to rely on those laws and regulations to make our decisions in our community. Rising housing costs are negatively impacting every community in Colorado. As a real estate developer, we chose 16 years ago to engage in affordable housing development as an integral part of our development business. We have developed expertise in providing high-quality, sustainable communities that help families stabilize the challenging balance of housing expenditures, education, healthcare, and community. This allows for families to find a foundation from which they can build toward the benefits of our free society and the incredible quality of life we have in America in comparison to the rest of the world. This is the beginning of what is social equity. We have been talking to the Uplands community about building another community in Westminster, similar to ours at St. Mark Village at 97th Federal. Westminster is known to be a very well-run city with highly professional staff, particularly in planning, zoning, building, permitting, and inspection. I can tell you from personal experience that what gets approved in Westminster is what gets built. If you promise to build solar, you must build solar, or you won't get a permit to occupy the building until the solar is installed. There are no exceptions to the rules in Westminster, and everyone is held to the same standard. Uplands will be a model of every aspiration in the city's comprehensive plan that the citizens of this community will be proud of. I urge you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sandra Rodriguez is the next speaker, followed by Carl Merida.
Should be enough.
Good. Hello, my name is Carl Merida. I live at 8541 Circle Drive. I have an MBA and I'm an expert in reviewing business plans. My family and I have lived in Westminster for nearly 20 years. Our roots are those of immigrant Latino families who came here looking to build a better future. There are tens of thousands of voices in the city just like mine. The neighborhood surrounding the farm is actually 40% Latino. The developer talks about the missing middle. We are the middle, and we're not missing. I'm here to bring the voice of the people to the city council. Everyone else has talking points and are talking about their feelings. I'm going to talk facts. I asked the city council to vote for a continuance on the Uplands project. The project in its current form does not comply with the criteria for PDP approval. Specifically, the Uplands plan does not comply with Municipal Annexation Act 11-4-14 criteria 1, 4, 5, 7, and 8. The PDP must be in conformance with the comprehensive plan on all city codes. The plan does not comply in the following areas. Uplands does not comply with public land dedication standards. The Upland developer is required to dedicate 65 acres of public land. The developer is only proposing 34 acres. The rest is offered as cash in lieu to buy land somewhere else. This is mind-boggling. That would be like giving up beachfront property and trading it for land in a swamp. For some reason, staff is not calling this an exception. The 2013 comprehensive plan calls for the preservation of views along the west side of Federal Boulevard between 84th and 88th Avenues, the views along the south side of 84th between Federal and Clay Street. The proposed development will block these public views. This is avoidable if the public land dedication was provided on site. Examples using parks to preserve mountain views can be found on the northwest corner of 112th and Federal, as well as 98th and Sheridan. The Uplands plan does not establish single-family minimum lot sizes for rear or side building setbacks. This exception would allow much narrower lots than permitted in any other development in Westminster. When questioned, the developer had no answers. Well, this is concerning since they had 5 years to figure it out. I asked the council to have staff compare the proposed lot sizes with other developments such as Bradburn. The developer is planning 20-foot width lots with single-family detached homes. This is much denser than the surrounding neighborhood. A 20-foot lot is the same of 5 park benches laid out back to back, side to side. The 20-foot, so benches. TMUD requires actually at least 6 feet of depth for a patio outdoor space. There is no way that this design conforms to TMUD. When questioned about lot sizes, the developer says, vote to approve, we'll work it out later. The city's right-of-way standard for a 6-lane street is 155 feet. The developer plans on less than what is required. What this means is there are only going to be 16-foot medium for left turns going off of Federal. Turn lanes require 12 feet. The remaining 4 feet is not enough for trees or landscaping, so it's going to be 100% concrete. It was even in the developer's plan. When you saw it the other day, it was on one of his slides. Is this the look we want in Westminster? Parcel A perimeter setbacks are much smaller than allowed in other city developments. Bradburn has a setback of 100 feet from 120th Avenue. Uplands is proposing smaller setbacks, allowing buildings to be as little as 35 feet from an already congested Federal Boulevard. This design will result in much more urban feel than anywhere else in Westminster. TMUD actually requires that pools be provided for residential developments with more than 300 units. Uplands is proposing 2,400 units with no pools. The nearby Bradburn development has 2 25-foot pools and far fewer units. This is an obvious violation of TMUD policy. I guess the missing middle can do without, huh? The Uplands proposal is a blatant example of unchecked growth. Uplands doesn't bring equity or inclusion. They represent greed and are full of empty promises and commitments that actually aren't requirements. Just ask Chad Ellington. Chad in the Geos neighborhood. Uplands will say anything to close the deal, even grocery stores. Fortunately, residents, the city does have requirements. We have requirements for public land dedication, setbacks, corridors, even pools. The proposal has so many exceptions that this should be a no-brainer. You think after half a decade, the developer would have more answers. Does the council want to attach their names to Uplands debacle, or will the council listen to the voices of we, the people? I ask to vote for a continuance so that staff can compare Uplands' proposal, which is full of flaws and exceptions, to the best of what we have developed in Westminster. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Paloma, followed by, if they could come down, Elaine Adair, John Palmer, and Gia Youngblood.
While they're doing that, if you weren't here Monday night, I read how we were going to conduct business. We are here to listen to every single person's thoughts, whatever they come to the podium to say. We are not here to judge them. We are here to listen to them. And we ask you do the same. We are here with a tight time frame tonight. We don't know if we'll get through this tonight or not. We still have over 3 hours of voicemails to listen to, and we'd like to get there. So please quit using up time with other things. Thank you. Welcome. Oh, I didn't see that you did that. Sure. Okay. Be comfortable.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Are you ready?
Awesome. Okay. I'm Paloma. I live at 8541 Circle Drive, Westminster. I'm a South Asian and Latina woman. I'm 20 years old and I currently attend University of Colorado Boulder. Westminster has been my home and my safe place for all my life. Now, the Uplands development jeopardizes that. We're in a crucial period of time where we need to make changes in our lifestyles. Our previous patterns of completely exploiting natural environments and draining natural resources has caught up to us. The world is taking steps towards sustainability and protecting nature, including the animals in it. Those improvements we're making will increase our quality of life. Destroying one of our largest and last open spaces would lead to a dark future for the city of Westminster. Open space ensures a healthier environment for residents, both mentally and physically. People who live in places with little to no trees or open space experience more respiratory illness that inevitably leads to more hospitalizations and deaths. Shaw Heights has an air quality that is significantly worse than the national average. Our air quality is unhealthy for a significant portion of its residents. If we were to add 2,500 homes and 5,000 cars, the significant portion affected will likely become everyone being affected. As if COVID wasn't bad enough, now we need to worry about worsening air quality that'll put us all in danger. To make matters even worse, we do not have the resources to do this. I'm sure you all have noticed there's no snow on the ground right now, and we're in the middle of December. If you haven't already heard, for the first time in history, Colorado has declared a water shortage in the Colorado River. Unfortunately, this trend is only going to get worse with climate change and the overuse of limited resources. So why are we even considering draining this extremely limited resource until there's absolutely none left? Events similar to this have happened in the past. In 1962, residents in Westminster were forced to drink from ditch water because there was not enough water supply. This continued until a group of housewives protested for the protection of water supply. We can thank them for not having to resort to drinking ditch water, but we need to continue their effort. So again, how does it make any sense to deplete water for unnecessary development plans with developers that can't answer any questions despite 5 years? The Uplands development is planning to build 5-story buildings that will block our views of the mountains. This violates Project Approval Code 11-5-15A6. The development would alter what we now know as Westminster into a city that's unrecognizable, a city that's indistinguishable from the rest. And what for? Houses and apartments that are attainable? Attainable means there's a possibility to reach your goal. Attainable does not mention if it's realistic or even likely. I'm a college student and fully understand the need for affordable housing, but this is not it. To put this in perspective, apartments from this developer would require me to work a minimum of 60 hours a week just for rent. Attainable for Uplands means working 2 jobs without food or sleep, and God forbid you have a medical emergency as it's out of the budget. So who does it benefit? Because it's not the people of Westminster. The people of Westminster will just be the ones to deal with the repercussions. I mentioned before I attend CU Boulder. CU Boulder is consistently rated one of the most beautiful campuses in the nation. It was not always this way. Believe it or not, CU Boulder used to have barely any trees. However, it's their innovation and compassion for the environment that has made this campus so memorable. The green space and canopy of trees on campus has increased its value tremendously. This success story can be ours too. Will Westminster be defined by its beauty or the memory of it? Will Westminster be innovative and protect what our community holds so dear? Will Westminster represent the ideas and values of its residents? I'd like to remind everyone of a few recent quotes. Open quote. We need to take politics out of City Hall and return your voice. I support a safe and secure city. Developers have redlined our city. I support open space trails and green space that are all Westminster's hallmarks, end quote. If you haven't recognized already, these quotes come straight from you, Mayor McNally. Approving the Uplands development would not only go against everything you said in your 2021 campaign video, but it would also disrupt the neighborhood and have negative consequences, which would affect us for decades. It's our duty to protect these vulnerable places, which is why we need to save the farm. We are colorful Colorado for a reason. Can we remain wonderful Westminster? Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Elaine Adair, and if Keith Raymond would work his way to the front.
I'm Elaine Adair, a homeowner at 8921 Hastings Way in Westminster, and I am deeply opposed to the Uplands development. The proposal does not meet City Codes 11.5.14.1 or 11.5.21.1 due to its lack of conformity or consistency with the vision and intent of the city's 2013 comprehensive plan. Similarly, it does not meet City Code 11.5.21.5, which states, the proposed amendment provides for the orderly physical growth of the city. The 2013 comp plan states that Westminster's total population by the 2035 plan horizon is expected to grow to approximately 20% to 130,100. According to an email from Jackie Bowers of the City Manager Office on November 15th of this year, Westminster's current population is 118,929. And quote, this number is reviewed and tested against numbers from the US Census as well as multiple other sources. For ease, let's round that number to 119,000, all of which are on the city water supply. If we add the approximate 4,000 additional residents that downtown will hold once construction is complete, and the 5,421 projected within Uplands, that brings Westminster's population to 128,421. This does not reflect other developments that are currently under construction, such as the apartments at Circle Point or the incomplete construction at Builders Square. But once completed, this will also add to the city's total population, taking it to approximately 129,000 if Uplands is approved. This means that the city would only be 1,100 people away from the comp plan's 2035 projection of 130,100. Considering we are 14 years away from 2035, it is safe to say that Westminster has drastically overshot the city's population goals and projections. Looking at it from a different perspective, if Westminster continues to grow at the rate it has since 2013, with an average increase of 1,250 people per year, that would equate to the 2035 population being 136,500. Again, much higher than the comp plan, 130,100. City staff has claimed that the 2013 comp plan population no longer accurately reflects expected build-out population due to amendments approved by City Council in the ensuing years. These amendments increase the population residential count and thus increase the overall population within the 2035 plan horizon. This line of thinking is completely backwards to me. The addition of developments that weren't originally in the comp plan shouldn't mean that the projected population number then increases. It should mean that the population increase from these developments count toward the original projected population number. Continuously moving the goalposts on what fits within the 2035 population means that the 2013 comp plan's intent and vision are no longer being met. This means that future development proposals such as Uplands cannot and do not meet the city codes I previously mentioned. Continuing this point, Westminster ranked number 20 in the entire country for new suburban apartment units from 2015 to 2020, and the addition of Uplands' almost 1,250 multifamily units would bring that number to at least 3,381 since 2015. According to the US Census, in 2020, Shaw Heights had a population of 5,185. Uplands' population of 5,421 would increase the overall population by 104.5%, more than doubling the current number of residents. This is clearly too large of an increase, as it would completely change the character of the nearby communities. Finally, I'd like to briefly discuss the tangible human aspect of this proposal. My fiance and I were first-time homebuyers when we bought our house 6.5 years ago. And since then, it has become our home. But if this proposal gets approved, we have made the difficult decision that we will move. We're not interested in being forced to witness the heartbreaking and soul-crushing sight of this beautiful farmland being destroyed. But we're lucky because we have the flexibility in our lives to decide to leave, whereas many of our neighbors won't have that luxury. They are members of minority groups, seniors, and disabled veterans, and they don't necessarily have the ability to pack up and move away. So if you approve this application, you will be destroying people's day-to-day lives, and they will be forced to have their hearts broken and their souls crushed. As City Council, you are tasked with representing your constituents and acting on their behalf. So I'm here tonight, virtually pleading with you to listen to us and represent us and vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is John Palmer, and would Alex Grant work your way down?
Permission to approach. I'll wait for you all to get a copy of that before I start. And additionally, I would like that entered in tonight's package, as well as this document.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'd like to talk about code again. The document that you have just been provided shows that Section 1152B of the Municipal Code requires you to make sure that all procedures according to 11513 of the code, which we discussed the other night, and if anybody needs an additional reference, I have those, where it clearly states there are regulations for the sign. I would like to just take a brief moment and read some of that into the public record. The current sign being used for public hearings do not meet requirements as prescribed in City Code 11513A5. The code clearly states lettering not less than 1 1/4 inches in height. Excuse me. I've reviewed the signs posted for Uplands. I have reviewed the signs posted for Uplands, and they do not comply with 11513. Some of the signs, the letters only measure 1 1/8, and some of them only 1 3/16. Now, under the advice of the city attorney, he doesn't seem to think that's an issue. To me, the code was put in place for you to abide by. Additionally, I have a couple other questions. My neighbors would like to know about this 10-foot sidewalk on the west side of Lowell and how that will affect us as property owners. They're also questioning using 2017 traffic data and applying it to this development. Additionally, why do we need an additional 30,000 square feet of commercial when there's already an excess of 200,000 square feet in this city of available commercial property? Additionally, this proposal does not meet City Code 11521-6, since it does not further the important public policy of water reduction. It also does not meet City Code 11521-8 because the proposal negatively impacts water supply. Keeping in mind, the farm is a dry land farm. It uses no water currently, none. Putting in this development, they
have spoken out that they are entitled to 778 acre feet of water. If we don't approve this, that goes back into our water budget to help everybody in our current situation. Water availability is only going to continue to be larger and larger issue in Westminster, and denying the use of city water from 233 acres within Uplands proposal would certainly be a step in lessening this problem. I urge you all, please, please listen to your community and those who will be most affected by your decision this evening. I'm asking for a no vote, please. Thank you. Additionally, I will concede that David Frankel, again, his loose, very loose interpretation of the code should be questioned by you all. Is that the same loose interpretation that he uses across the board? Would he use that same loose interpretation when it comes to his contract or the agreements made forth to him? I don't think so. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Gia Youngblood. And would Dawn Volk make your way to the front?
Welcome.
Hello, Council. My name is Gia Youngblood. I'm at 9099 Hunter, and I'm a third-generation family Westminster resident of 5 full generations in my family. I remember having dreams about the pillar of fire in this property when I was little, up until high school. I skipped school one day and went into that building and had all these ideas of what could this be. Through my life, I'm 47, I always thought maybe I could be a millionaire and do this and plan this to look and feel like Boulder, Chautauqua. We had apple orchards here, farms. My goal was to do real equity, the real thing, where you bring the community together and you get them closer to their food and you get them closer to each other and you build the community and you work with the government. That's my dream, okay? So who cares about my dream? Because I'm just a stupid girl that lives in Westminster right now, blocks from this farm. So one thing that was bothering me at the last meeting was that the attorney addressed 3 of you that had obvious bias to maybe being against them. I wanted to ask the rest of you that weren't asked, can at least we trust you all to listen to the community? Because we all live here. They don't live here. The people up here, the first 20 speakers, more than half of them didn't live here. The planners don't live in this neighborhood. I don't even know if any of you live directly by this farm. I do. I grew up on 92nd and Perry, so 15 whole blocks from where I live now. The area of Westminster that we're speaking of is long lost. Nobody cares about it because it looks exactly the way it did when I was 8. It looks like crap on Federal. You know it. Nobody wants to live there. Nobody's knocking down Westminster's door to live next to Federal. But what we're doing is we're saying, let's develop this so that we can get sidewalks finally. Because nobody here cared that I walked in the mud every winter. And I don't even think there's sidewalks on Lowell still. But I think these people also are planning to buy or already own at Davies Locker where there's no sidewalks. So talking about sidewalks and talking about bike paths, does any of you live here and see that nobody's biking on these roads? Nobody's walking on these roads now because it hasn't been that way for 40 years. It hasn't. Nobody feels safe on Federal, and we're going to have a plot of land that has a great path, but what about the rest of it? So I'm here forevermore if I stay living here because I'm considering selling because my house is worth 4 times what we paid for it. Also, I've noticed some people saying this equity thing. I know that when I moved to San Diego, I couldn't live in La Jolla because I didn't make the money to live in La Jolla. But you know what? I didn't die because of it. Not everybody can live in the best parts of Westminster. That's why we all live where we live. I don't know how you get to an idea of society where everybody has to have the same exact thing. Because what hasn't happened is nobody here cares about the people living in and around this area where the equity isn't there now. Anyway, maybe I need to be taught more about equity. So I'll gladly call your office and maybe you can all teach me about what equity means, because it's a whole new thing and we're not seeing it in this community to begin with. One other thing I wanted to say is there's other properties along Federal alone that hasn't been developed since 2008 because it stopped when we had a crash then. They're sitting there with homeless people and tons of graffiti right next to where this is going to be developed. Who's going to buy into this where that's what they see right on their road? Right there. Tons of graffiti and homelessness right there. Thanks to Denver for voting for tent cities, because we're all going to be living in that soon, because that's what happens. It goes up into the suburbs. I'm uncertain how. I'm really concerned about the harmonious transition from 80% of what's around this farm, ranch homes, 1 story, built 4 decades ago. And now we're going to build what? We don't really know. We don't know what it's going to look like. We don't know if it's top of the line. Well, we all know. It's not going to be top of the line anything. In 5 years, it's not going to look good. Because I drive around all of Westminster and all of Denver and all the suburbs, and I see these communities everywhere. And in 6 years' time, they don't look good and they're not taken care of. And all the promises, like what happened at the Broadlands doesn't look pretty anymore, and it's not that old. 10 years? My time is up? Okay. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Keith Raymond, followed by Alex Grant, Don Voke, and Jean Walton.
Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for giving the public an opportunity, actually their constitutional right, to address their governments and with suggestions and grievances. I've lived in Westminster for 50 years. 96 and Federal, 3320 West 96 and Federal, sorry. Right across the street from the Environs and the new St. Mark's development. I had a lot of notes prepared in that, but listening to everybody this evening blew that out of the water. So I'm shooting from the hip. I think the Planning Commission has failed miserably in their efforts for this project. I think they've forgotten or ignored or didn't even think of many issues. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I'm just going to say, I think they need to go back to the drawing board. During these presentations, I'm a type A personality. Sometimes my anger just was, oh God. But I contained it. And I'm going to say my life experience, I don't have a lot of titles to my name. I'm not going to throw out a whole bunch of code numbers and facts and figures and that, but I have extensive life experience. I will throw this out. I worked for AT&T Bell Telephone Laboratories, probably the most successful R&D organization ever in the world, 120th. And so I've developed an anticipation during projects and that to see problems up ahead. Anticipation. And I see a lot of shortcomings in this project. The major one, and I'm going to say this emphatically, is water. Colorado is the only state in the union where every river flows out from the state. There's been litigation after litigation for years and years. Colorado just settled with Kansas over the Arkansas River. The Colorado River Pact is up for review, and that's going to be nasty. Water law by history has been both violent and litigious. Excuse me, you know what I'm saying. So I'm gonna pound on this water. I think their numbers, facts and figures fall far short of what the actual water usage is going to be. And then throw in climate change. I'm not talking about man-made climate change. I'm talking about natural climate change that's been happening for millions of years on this earth. And we've seen droughts in this area. And I believe we're going into another severe drought session. The only way we get water in this state is through either snow or rain. We don't get any water from anywhere else. So they're tapping into more water that frankly ain't gonna be there. Now, on a more, I guess, philosophical bent, history and heritage and preservation. Down at the Schollenberg farm, I used to work there part-time as a mechanic for the small landscaping company that rented space there. The city, along with, I think, historical whatever, came in and restored the silos and one of the barns. There's also 3 houses on there. Cool. It preserves our agricultural heritage. The water tower at the mushroom farm years ago, some $40,000 would put into restoring that. It's a cool little landmark. But I'm going to go down. For 50 years, that land has been a landmark, to me anyway. I come up the hill, going north on Federal, I look to the mountains. I know, is it going to be a nice day? Or is it going to be a snowy day? Or is it going to be a windy day? Who knows? But it's viewable. You take away that view, it never comes back. Never, ever comes back. So I'm going to be real quick here. We the people, you work for us. You are responsible to us, the citizens. You must make the decisions that benefit us, the citizens, not the developers, but the citizens. And one real quick, I'm sorry. I was gonna throw in the feedlot analogy. I went from a large, several thousand head feedlot for this project. I've kind of reduced it down to a small couple hundred head. But it still stinks. So that's all I had to say. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you.
Alex Grant. Don Voke. Jean Walton. Ann Ragsdale. And then if Barbara Struck and Charles Ragsdale could make their way to the front, please.
Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, councilors, staff, my name is Ann Ragsdale. We live at 8120 Osceola Street, Westminster, Colorado. Tonight I speak for myself and the many with whom I've spoken regarding the Uplands project. We who have lived here for a while have greatly appreciated the open land and what it brings as peace and tranquility just to observe. In talking with the many citizens, they related that they might have been here for these hearings, but many of them feel that this is a waste of their time. This is a done deal, they told me. I hope it is not. Entities have appeared to this body in anticipation of additional dollars in their treasures, be it property taxes or per pupil revenue, should anticipated students attend their institutions. The affordable housing component may be an enticement to you. You all remember the close by Midtown development. When it was proposed, it was designed to be affordable housing. Today, and also with the existing compatible Pearl Mac neighborhood. Today, you see 2- and 3-story buildings squished together with willing buyers clamoring to buy. The Midtown development is also water use friendly, with small, if any, private yard space. Residents with dogs walk the narrow streets to the nearest space where they and their animals can exercise and get some fresh air. Or they drive to distant parks. Now that's environmentally friendly. There are other opportunities for this property. Several years ago, one of our Adams County commissioners, a resident of Westminster, approached the then Westminster powers to be with a proposal to use open space sales and use taxes from both Adams County and Westminster, as well as funds from GOCO, to keep most of the pillar fire property in the development, which is now proposed. However, whoever she approached did not share her views of open space south of 104th Avenue being a city priority, almost like today. Please consider a better use for this land other than the overcrowding of our existing streets, overtaxing our water and sanitation facilities, and crowding thousands into the current open space tranquil piece of property. Please use this development for other than the proposed development as it is now. We hope this is not a done deal and that this council will look at additional possibilities for this tranquil property. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Barb Struck, Charles Ragsdale, and then if Gary Bland, Beth Deeds, and Mary Thunberg could make their way down.
Welcome.
Thank you. I always hate to follow my wife when she speaks, but we'll get through it. My name is Charles Ragsdale. I live at 8120 Osceola Street, Westminster, Colorado, directly next to your giant tanks on the hill. It's hard to know where to start. Anyone who claims that this project will not adversely affect the surrounding neighborhoods is either really, really naive, out of touch with reality, or just flat out lying. Let's take water. We as citizens have no way of knowing how much water Westminster really has access for future use. The staff says we have plenty for future growth. Trust us. Based on the past dealings I've had with the water department and with the city of Westminster, that's a hard sell. The way our neighborhood was treated when they forced the tanks on us that they built at 82nd and Osceola in my backyard, it's hard to trust the water department to give you any accurate information. They did that plan and had it ready to go, and then they said, oh, we better get some input from the neighborhood. So they came and told us what they were going to do and said, isn't that nice? We didn't think so, but there was nothing we could do about it because it was a done deal. We may have enough water for adequate water on paper, but Mother Nature and federal agreements have a lot to say about whether we will get adequate supply to meet our allocation. Future downstream demands, just like those that were happening earlier this year, could require sending part of our supply downstream to meet their needs. you have to remember that this water is not ours. It belongs to the whole country because every river in this state runs to there, away from us. We should not commit every last drop of water that we might be entitled to in the midst of this extended drought. Committing this water could have a drastic negative effect on all neighborhoods in Westminster, not just the surrounding neighborhoods. The negative effect on traffic is a no-brainer. Westminster staff or planners have obviously not driven much in the area lately. I drove from my house to the post office at 72nd and Meade on Monday, the first day of this hearing, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Well, if I can get the page turned, we'll get going. The northbound traffic on Lowell was bumper to bumper from 80th Avenue where I got on, south to 72nd. I turned off at 72nd, and as far as you could see to the south to at least 68th, it was bumper to bumper traffic coming northbound. Because of the excess traffic on Federal Boulevard, all the way from the Denver city limits, people have now discovered that coming up Lowell from the Denver city limits is a new northbound freeway. So that's the way they come. If you add 18,000 trips, like the developers have said they estimate it will be 18,000 trips a day, that means you will completely overrun Federal Boulevard, and that means more and more traffic coming up Lowell Boulevard. The city of Westminster has done everything that they can possibly do to narrow the streets on Lowell Boulevard and to calm traffic, because that was not going to be a north freeway or throughway. It is and always will be, and adding another even 5,500 cars, if that's what they say they're going to add, is more than that area can take. Improving the area of Lowell along the 4 blocks next to their property is not going to do anything for those of us who live downstream from there on below 84th or those above 88th. So I ask you to vote against this. I know that the school system would like to have new students, and I know the Pillar of Fire would like to sell a property, but I don't think this is the proper use. So I ask you to vote no.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Gary Bland, followed by Beth Deeds, Mary Thunberg, and Pascal Carrillo.
Welcome.
Welcome, Council. I've spoken to probably a bunch of you already. I hit some emails even to some of the upper end people. I don't know who I sent them to. When I started getting more and more, sorry, my name is Gary Bland. I live at 9240 West 91st Avenue, West Stanley Lake homes over there. Very nice area. I'm a 40-year resident. Been here a long time. I've seen a lot of changes. I've seen a lot of growth. My first house I bought was $69,000, not obtainable for anybody. I was one of the lucky ones. But I also represent, just in our community here, I have 5 different family members because of marriages of my kids to other kids. So we hold a pretty good holding here in Westminster. So I want to go forward with, I look at a lot of well-mannered people, high education. So these things aren't too hard to understand. I have an engineering degree. Doesn't make me any better of a person, just made me easier to make the money I made to buy my house. So I just want to look at a couple things here. I want to point out that Paloma, that young gal, I agree with everybody that's opposed to this project so far. Everything they've said, it's just been said over and over again. But this little girl back here, she could be one of my grandchildren, as old as I am, okay? She spoke the truth in what I see happening here. When our children reach out and tell us what to do, I guess I might as well go ahead and finish my retirement. If they're going to start telling me what I'm doing wrong, it's time for me to hang it up. I got grandkids. My qualifications beyond my letters that go behind my name is I'm a good father. I'm a great parent, and I'm super grandparent. I'm looking out for my kids' future, okay? I oppose this because I was out there at Stanley Lake when there was cliffs over there. We jumped off the cliff. What idiots when we were kids. It was, I'm just trying to be real here. I know these cities. I remember driving in Lafayette when I was 16, drinking beer out in Boulder, out in fields. The police back in those days, they'd send you off. Hey, you boys need to get out of here. Somebody's calling. There's a lot of lights out here and they want to know what's going on. We would grab that keg of beer and head off to another spot. It was beautiful. I've been probably a patient of Dr. Markle. I don't know if any of you know that. Dr. Markle owned quite a bit of that property up there in Broomfield. That was, I mean, I watched him retire. And then I've been there 40 years. But anyways, let's go on to some of these things. I'm running out of time here. Real quick. I went to the website today. I looked up, sustainability on the website. So right away, you can find anything, what you make, everything. I can see everything. I looked at this version. I'm going to read it to you. Sustainability on your website. A sustainable community is a desirable place to live and work and play. At the core, sustainability is about creating an economically strong, socially vibrant community. Hear that? Because I'm here. I may have been here 40 years, so I have some rights for some of these things to be heard. So I'm going to move on to the next thing. Funny thing was, these documents I'm referring to, they started on 12/10, and then they were updated today 4 different times, that same statement by the city. Okay, so now let's go to inclusivity board. Dave, I think you're on there. I'm looking at a document from 4/14/2021. This is a mission statement. The mission of the inclusivity board is to work with the city council to advocate for all voices within our community and ensure everyone is treated with fairness, dignity, and respect. So bypass my age. Can't hold me, for that. I can tell you that's what I want with respect here. I know better. Let me go back to the second page here. Okay, so there's a vision statement in there. The inclusivity board, envisions a diverse community where everyone understands. I got 10 seconds? Okay. Let me go here real quick. I'm gonna make this real quick. Another document I found today. This was documented 12/15/2021 at 12:10 today. Take the Vision Zero pledge for safer streets. It's on there. You guys probably haven't even read it yet. So here's what it says. Help the Denver metro region move towards realizing the vision of 0 deaths or serious injuries on our roads by taking the Vision Zero pledge. I guess that's a motto for the city to go by. So real quick, come over. I'll stop. Read it, sign it. I believe in it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Beth Deeds, then Mary Thunberg.
Welcome.
Welcome, and it's a whole new board. I'm back in
Can you speak a little closer?
2007 when I spoke before the board.
Could you speak a little closer to the mic so we?
So it's been since 2007 that I've ever spoke before the board, but I've been impressed. I haven't been here for all of this. This is my second time ever. There's a few things that I got kind of offended on that I've listened to tonight. I live 50 feet from the property. And to cut down the residents because we see a vision of the property as a beautiful place that probably would be better used to have maybe the community all pitch together and buy the property and then farm it or make food and work together. We have a food shortage. We have a water shortage. There's a lot of people that could pitch in. Big development we've seen, 72nd and Walmart on Federal. The people that have told me the reason they had to leave, and they're still my friends, crime. On our house, behind us, is this whole condo townhouse division that's never been built. There's all the utility and everything. We have homeless people living back there. I find hypodermic needles every day. I can't let my 16-year-old granddaughter we're raising walk to the station anymore. The crime is really bad. Our neighbors have had their windows smashed out. Our car was stolen because federal gets so backed up from wrecks. And when you were asking about wrecks the other night, I can count 10 in the last month. They come down Grove. My husband had a migraine. He accidentally left his keys in the car. Car was stolen. My granddaughter actually crashed into our car, and that's how we got it back. It was just really ironic. So I want to give you a perspective of our family because my parents bought that house because of the view. We can see the fireworks. We can see Lookout Mountain. We can see the whole mountain range in the morning. We can see the castle. We can see Lookout Mountain. The farmer's wonderful. We have Latino neighbors. They're worried they won't come here. They're afraid to speak. We have an elderly man we take care of, Richard Luhan. He's in rehab right now, but he also is afraid. Most of our neighbors are Latino. And we have some new people that moved in that are from the Black area of town, and they are wonderful, and we're glad to have them. We're a really inclusive neighborhood. We have a garage that backs up there, so when you put down on the garages, backing up, well, that's our neighborhood. So when you want to put in something new and modern, you're looking in our backyard when you go 5 stories high. You're blocking that view. Let me give you a perspective from my granddaughter who's 8. Our quadriplegic son just passed away in January. We have 3 fire departments, 3 police departments. Within 5 minutes, they were at our house. They're wonderful. You've got to fund these police. You've got to give these people money. They're good people. But anyway, we're raising our grandkids. My son got sole custody as a quad. And we took care of him. Okay, so Hammers and Angels rebuilt our house. Some of you probably worked on our house. KBPI made it all for quadriplegic. So we have all the modern stuff. But our water bill's sky high. We're unincorporated in Adams County, so I was told when the first time I came here, no use in you coming because you're in the hourglass that Westminster doesn't care about. Okay, when you guys build, we're not going to have any privacy in our backyard anymore. There's going to be drainage problems. You're going to build a drainage pond for those big businesses. So we don't have mosquitoes, snakes, or anything. It's beautiful. We're allowed to, that farmer is wonderful. We can walk along there. So on numerous occasions, the bad thing we have right now is wrecks, bad ones, and our neighbor across the street's been hit twice. His foundation and everything is busted in the house from cars speeding down 88th in the middle of the night. Their little baby and grandpa was laying on the couch when that happened. The car almost came into the living room. My parents' house has been hit by a car loaded with marijuana from Home Depot rental. Busted up our block wall. I notice you're going to annex our sidewalk. I hope you're not going to take away our block wall. And Mom and Dad saved forever for that. So the farmer, I got his name. That's Kurt. When he does the harvesting every year, my granddaughter's lived with us since she was 4, so she watches him and she prays for the crop. And she does a back of the bread is the flour, and back of the flour is the milk, and back of the flowers, and the wind and the rain, and the Father's will, because that's all they have there. But she washes corn, and she watches wheat grow. And she sits on her horse, and she pretends like she's pretending like she's riding to Denver, and she's riding to the mountains, and she's going to a castle. She loves her school, that little Mesa school. It's got a bad rating, shouldn't have one. Our daughter just got out of 1,000 points in math, your double score, 994. Bad teachers are fantastic. My grandson has special needs. Westminster High and Random, their transition program, amazing. Denver would house you, not Westminster. Anyway, so when the when Anna found out that you guys were going to take away the farm, she said,
Can,
how are
can
we going
you,
to get corn?
can you wrap up over your time?
So she wanted to know how we're going to get corn, how we're going to get wood. He let them play. He took them to the truck. He let them play in the grain. The little Spanish girls, they teach each other English and Spanish. The neighborhood is unique. It would be nice if we could make something a little bit more towards what the neighborhood already is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor Thunberg? Is Pascal Carrillo here?
Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Holly Hernandez, and I will be Señor Pascual's interpreter.
Thank you.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Pascual Carrillo. La dirección es 8801 Low Boulevard. Gracias por darme esta oportunidad esta noche. Yo y mi esposa somos dueños de Hills Store, la tiendita de la esquina. Pues,
Good evening. My name is Pascual Carrillo, and my address is 8801 Lowell Boulevard in Westminster.
y gracias por darme esta oportunidad. Estamos para apoyar este proyecto el 100%.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My wife and I are the owners of a store in the corner of 88th and Lowell, and I am here to speak in support of the Uplands project.
No solamente veo la necesidad de casas en esta comunidad. Lo siento mucho en mi negocio el tener más cosas y tengo la oportunidad de no solamente mantener mi negocio, pero crecer.
Not only do I see a need for housing in our community, I feel it in my business. In having more houses, I have the opportunity not only to maintain my business, but grow my business and help my family prosper.
También está aquí para ayudarnos con aprender más para mi negocio, con programas para que en los negocios de la comunidad podemos mejorarnos.
There are opportunities for my business where I can have the opportunity to learn and improve upon myself.
Hay muchos niños que vienen a nuestra tienda después de la escuela. Vienen a comprar bebidas, dulces y tienen diversos que hacer después de estudiar. Veo que no tienen dónde caminar.
There are many children who come to my store after school. They come to purchase drinks and sweets and have somewhere to go after school.
Y en mi tienda lo veo que escucho a quienes mejorar la situación. Yo tengo un hijo que está emocionado con aprender acerca de la construcción.
I have a son who is very excited about learning about construction.
Cuando veo que el colectivo está ofreciendo entrenamientos, algo que mi hijo quiere estar.
I see that the collective is offering opportunities that my son can benefit from and learn from.
Aquí cuando veo los beneficios del valor que tener un colectivo en servicio a la comunidad,
I see the benefits of having a collective in the community that is in service of its community.
yo y mi familia estamos apoyando este proyecto que es muy beneficioso para la comunidad y para mi negocio especialmente.
I and my family are in support of the Uplands project to help me that will benefit my business.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, that's the end of the list of the in-chamber speakers.
Are these people that maybe weren't here when we called them?
It is possible. What is your name? Oh, he's on the list.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and City Councilors. My name is Eric Kornecki. I live in Denver, but work as the Executive Director of the Uplands Community Collective located at 8845 Lowell Boulevard in Westminster. Excuse me. I was planning on focusing my remarks on all the positive attributes of this project, but I heard something other night that really got kind of under my skin. First of all, I'm not a developer, and I'm certainly not pro-development. I've actually been on the opposite side of the table fighting developers more times than I can count when I believe their projects were poorly designed, detrimental to the community or the environment. And I don't believe this is this project. I am a community advocate who has spent nearly 2 decades fighting for social justice, health equity, and environmental issues. I have 2 young daughters, and climate change is my biggest concern for their future. I believe we need to build smarter and more equitable communities and cities and be better stewards of our natural resources. So when I heard the leadership of Save the Farm the other night state that approving Uplands will exacerbate environmental racism, I really couldn't let that stand. On the contrary, opposing this project will perpetuate the legacy of redlining and underinvestment and systemic inequities and resources and opportunities for thousands of people of color. This project will catalyze nearly $2 billion in economic investment in this region, 650 annual construction jobs, 3,200 permanent jobs. It will create nearly $17 million in annual revenue for our school district. It will deliver nearly 50 acres of public park space and plant over 2,500 trees. It will improve the safety of our streets and sidewalks and provide walkable amenities. Food will be grown to feed the community. 20% of the homes will be affordable or attainable. And yet they try to paint this project as being the wrong type of development. Now, I've held meetings about the Uplands and the vision of the Uplands Community Collective with dozens and dozens of our Spanish-speaking community, working class families, all who are excited about this project and the opportunities that it brings. But many of those community members are not here tonight because they do not feel welcome or safe. They do not feel like their voice matters. Many of them are parents or working class families, and most cannot wait until 11 p.m. to begin speaking, only to have to come back a second night and possibly a third. Why don't they feel welcome or safe, you might ask? At the Planning Commission hearing in November, a member of Save the Farm followed a woman to her car, accusing her of being paid by the developer, physically intimidating and harassing her. A Spanish-speaking community member, who you just heard from, was confronted in the hallway after his testimony and accused of falsely needing an interpreter, and again, accused of being paid. Other members who have spoken in favor of Uplands online have been trolled and silenced. This includes one of your own Planning Commission members, as well as Susan Daggett, who you may have heard of in the Planning Commission, the president of the Rocky Mountain Land Use Institute, both of who saw their reputations smeared online on the Save the Farm Facebook page. Now, I bring this up only because I believe that the bulk of the voices that we've heard so far sensationalize and lie about the aspects of this project and try to intimidate opposing voices. And there's a name for this. They're called NIMBYs, not in my backyard, or neighborhood defenders. NIMBYs don't care about equity. They do not care about compromise. Save the Farm has not met with our team despite numerous attempts and requests. They do not care about trying to help shape the project. They simply want to block the development at all costs and with any tactics, no matter how ugly. Now, according to Andy Bosselman of the Denver Post, quote, "Today, wealthy white homeowners have a disproportionate say in the city's future. These neighborhood defenders use their influence to zealously preserve one of the KKK's original tools of segregation, zoning that bans all types of housing except single-family homes." End quote.
Excuse me, stop. We're here to listen. Shh.
You've heard that coded language from a number of speakers opposed to this project, especially when they talk about multifamily housing. Months before I ever met Jeff Hanlon and agreed to start the Uplands Community Collective, I read another article in the Denver Post about Save the Farm and decided to attend one of their meetings. I knew this farmland. I had actually looked at it as a possible urban farm for a Somali Bantu refugee population that I was working with in 2010. But I found out that the land was privately owned and the owner wanted to sell. So I inquired with various land trusts and conservation organizations, but they all said the same thing. The land was zoned for housing and was too expensive to buy. So at the meeting, I quickly realized that there was no plan on how to save the farm, no plan to make the church a counter offer to purchase the land. There was no focus on addressing issues of poverty, declining school enrollment, or how to make the community more equitable or safer. And so when I was asked to start a nonprofit to leverage Uplands as a community wealth building strategy and to build a place-based economy, I agreed. This is a rare opportunity to ensure billions in economic investment will create a healthy, equitable, and diverse community, to reinvest in our schools, to grow food to share, and to bring back a grocery store to ensure everyone has access to healthy, affordable food. An opportunity to create a local job training program and ensure local residents are the ones building these homes, and to create community wealth through small business development and a neighborhood-based economy. I trust you will all make the right decision to approve this project, which will catalyze a vibrant, resilient, and equitable local community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Would you like me to run back through the list?
One more time, and if they're not here this time, we'll move on.
And I do know some of them are online virtually. So.
Perfect.
Jason Sinners, Rob Ham, Damon DeFabio, David Parado, Linda Graybell.
I saw her. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening, council, mayor, and staff. My name is Linda Graybell. I reside at 6504 West 95th Place. Spend most of my time, though, up at the school where I teach above the proposed land. I come here tonight, as an educator and historical researcher and avid gardener. I come to you to educate you about the land that is being discussed tonight. Now, I am so sorry. I'm a teacher teaching in the last week of school, trying to cram one more bit of information in my students' heads, and their heads aren't there. Thank you guys so much for keeping your heads here with all of this. So I'm going to try, and each presentation will have a little bit something new maybe. So we're going to talk tonight about if the land could talk. Already, yes, 2 days ago, you got a detailed timeline of the land that I hope you still have. And the land has always been an investment purchase intended to be privately sold, developed, and built up. But why does this history matter at all? Because that was then, this is now. But it is a fascinating study. If only this land could talk, it would tell us that this area is representative of Westminster, both then and now. From way back when, this area was a great inland sea as the pterodactyls flew overhead and the dinosaurs plodded along at the base of the fledgling Rockies in a dense semi-tropical-like environment, to the times when the Native Americans temporarily camped in the winter and hunted buffalo on this artesian springs land rich with both water and prairie grass. To the early pioneer settlers in the area, this land has been prized for its outstanding vistas, even with the unforgiving climatic and soil conditions. This is the gardener in me speaking. For an interesting comparison between then and now, please consider the following. Then, in the 1850s and 60s, the Native Americans winter camped here in the Shaw Heights area, northwest of Bradburn and Lowell. And a little girl named Mary Esslinger was born on this hill. in 1886, and she wrote in her journal how she would go to the Native American winter encampment and trade trinkets with the children there. And then the Native Americans would visit the Esslingers to trade for supplies during the winter months. The open fields were littered with arrowheads when these people hunted the buffalo in the area. Her journal is in the Arvada Museum. Now, we're striving for an inclusive and diverse community planned for this area. Then, in 1904, the Denver and Interurban Electric Railroad ran through this area on up to the University of Westminster. That diagonal road that kind of just seems like out in the middle of nowhere from Lowell was actually the upper spur of the railroad tracks that led to the college. Now we have the Northwest Rail B line and its station built in 2016. Then in 1892, the intent for the Princeton of the West was to be built and serve as a showcase establishment of higher learning. The whole town was named for this building. And as all our police officers know, that building's not in Westminster. Now we have the ongoing continuation of Bellevue, which means beautiful view, Christian school since 1920. Then in 1893, the Silver Panic forced a temporary halt to building on this land. Now the Great Recession of 2018 proved a time when the housing market went down. Then in 1898, the Westminster Realty Company formed, and it subdivided the land into 1,472 plots with an additional 1,332 lots. Plans included a 40-acre campus, an 80-acre college farm, and 300 more acres of land that was set aside as equity. Now, several attempts have been made since the 2000s to develop this land. But the intent all along was to sell this land. Then in 1912, 30 acres of this land was planned for a Westminster Park. Now, 47 acres of parks are planned. Then in 1920, the population was 235. According to last night, the 2020 population was 116,317, almost a 500% increase. If this land could talk, it would tell us about these many changes in both geography and usage. It would speak of the past and the promise of the future. It has a story to tell of its heritage and our future legacy. And it would remind us that we are a community who should be able to enjoy the use of this land, marvel at the views, and be good stewards of it. And I'm going to be a good steward of my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sandra Rodriguez. Alex Grant. Don Voke. Jean Walton. Barbara Struck. Mary Thunberg. That's the last of the people in chambers. Would you like to take a break or go into the virtual speakers?
How many virtuals do we have?
There are 7 that are still online.
So that's a possible 35 minutes. Do you want to take a break or let them go? I mean, let them hear them first and then take a break before we hear emails. Okay, let's go.
Okay. A reminder to virtual speakers. You probably cannot see the clock, so I will tell you when your 5 minutes is up. And I will unmute you. I will let you know you're unmuted, but then you will need to unmute yourself. And we will start with Steve Jennings. Mr. Jennings, you're unmuted, so please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Is that better?
Can you put your computer audio, Mr. Jennings?
Let me do something. Is that better? No.
Mr. Jennings, can you try one more time?
That's right.
Let me try this.
You're good now.
Through there.
No.
Mr. Jennings, we can hear you.
Oh, God.
That's all right.
I'm going to move on to the next person and then we'll go back to Mr. Jennings. The next person is Julie Jennings Gulch. Or Jill, I'm sorry. Jill Jennings Gulch. Miss Gulch.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Thank you, everyone. Hello, Mayor and members of Westminster City Council. My name is Jill Jennings Golick, and I'm a resident in Schoenberg Farms at 72nd and Chase. I do first want to acknowledge I do not live immediately adjacent to the proposed Uplands development, but I feel that this decision is about the future of our community, and I believe it's important that we develop in a more intelligent way, given the impacts we are already seeing as a result of climate change and our reducing water supply. I encourage your support of this development, and while I know it's not yet adopted, I do think it's important to recognize the community conversation that has occurred over the last few years through the Westminster Forward process and the guiding principles that that planning process has advanced. Create a thriving community, create great neighborhoods, create healthy places, and manage growth. I feel that this proposed development meets those guiding principles by protecting important view corridors, creating public open space, providing for a mix of uses, and a range of housing choices in an area that's been identified as an opportunity area. Based on my own personal experience when I was searching for a home back in 2008, as someone who did not want a large yard or a house dominated by a garage, that was difficult to find in Westminster, particularly as I wanted to live in South Westminster. While the development I live in has some retail within walking distance, I wish there was more, and I hope that this development is able to secure the appropriate retail and office space to allow residents in this development and adjacent neighborhoods to be able to walk to everyday needed services. I am in full support of Note 6 on Sheet 10 of the ODP that requires the 30,000 square feet of mixed use to be built prior to 50% of the residential dwelling permits within the development being issued. I would also highly encourage a similar requirement be placed around when the parks and open spaces must be developed to ensure that these important amenities are built in tandem with the adjacent development and not lag until the end. I believe Westminster needs more walkable development that includes a variety of uses, housing choices, and parks and open space within walking distance of future residents. The park within my neighborhood is our community gathering space where I've met my neighbors and my son has made friends. The public and private spaces throughout this development will foster similar types of interactions. I encourage you to ensure that the ideals expressed in the PDP about sustainable landscape, reduced water use, and requirements for electric vehicle charging and solar-ready spaces, as well as white roofs, continue forward and are enforceable. These types of requirements will reduce potential future emissions and help ensure a more climate-appropriate development. I also encourage a condition be added to ensure that the parks and open spaces are not the last thing developed. This development is surrounded by existing roads and is approximate to transit along Federal Boulevard and an easy bike ride to the Westminster Station, and I believe it meets the criteria for approval. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Jennings, I'm going to try to unmute you again and as soon. You are unmuted. Can you try to unmute yourself and speak again? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you well now.
Oh, I don't know what happened. I'm Steve Jennings. I live at 20172 East 53rd Place in Denver. I am a native. I was born and raised in the Denver area, and I've lived in about 4 or 5 homes. And I love where we live, but I am been very interested and really like Westminster. And we want to move west of, we live out by the airport, and we want to move west because this hasn't provided near the services, restaurants, grocery stores. They just build houses, and we want to get in a community. And when I heard about Uplands, I was extremely excited about affordable housing and sustainable conservation purpose development. We've looked everywhere west of I-25 in Erie and Broomfield and Arvada, Superior, everywhere, and we could not find anything that met what we wanted. And we wanted a mixed, diverse, we live in a diverse neighborhood. We think that's great. We don't go party together, but we help each other. And I am so pleased with the way I think we get along better when we are different. I learn a lot from that. And I think this development brings that to fold. And to not think affordable housing is important. We found nothing that it's gone up over the 3 or 4 years we've been following Uplands. The cost of housing has gone up tremendously. This project addresses that, and they do it smartly. I have looked at the developers as much as I can. I trust that they've got great, well, they spent a lot of time doing due diligence on the water and conservation. I trust that this is a great development for me, and I would like to be a part of the Westminster community. This has been very informative, but I've been very impressed with the quality of input that I've learned from the 2 evenings that I've heard this. I thought that the planning commissioners were great in the way they listened and asked questions. I'm impressed with Westminster, and I want to be a part of it, and I think this development would allow you guys to have something proud of, and I would be proud to be a part of it. Thank you.
The next speaker is Anna DeWitt. Ms. DeWitt, you are unmuted. Ms. DeWitt, you must unmute yourself. Okay, I'll move on to the next person and then we'll go back. The next person is JB Chavez. Mr. Chavez, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Good afternoon. My name is JB Chavez. I used to live in 8591 Lowell Boulevard, right across the street from the cornfield. A couple months, I sold my house. It was a good business opportunity for me and my family. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Uplands. We need to grow business that will give us an opportunity to give better future to our families. There's a lot of pros and cons. I'm not going to talk about a lot of cons. I'm not going to talk about dead bodies in the middle of the cornfield or rat infestation, nothing like that. I'm here to talk about pros. What about the farmers? What about the farmers' right to sell the land? He's been farming for 16 years. And the Uplands is giving him the opportunity to move on. There's a lot of people, they're saying, the farm has been here for many, many years. I encourage these people to get the money together and buy this land. Go get your money together, go buy this land, and let's see how expensive it is to keep it clean and keep it running. The Uplands is giving us the opportunity, like people like me. I'm a general contractor. I do construction for a living. I've been doing this for 15 years. It will be great just to get up, open my door, drive 5 minutes, and let's see, I want to go to work. 5 minutes from my house. I don't live in Westminster anymore, but I can tell you this. I want to be one of the first buyers to actually going to buy one of these properties. I'm excited. I'm excited to go back in my family. My kids, they went all the way from kindergarten to high school in Westminster. The other night, I was hearing someone talking about, well, we need pools. We don't need pools. We got water well 5 minutes away. We don't need it. City Council, let's do this. Vote yes. Let's make a better future for ourselves and our future generations. Thank you.
I'm going to go back to Anna DeWitt. Ms. DeWitt, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, City Council. Thank you so much. I was putting my daughter.
I'm sorry,
Hi.
Ms. DeWitt.
No, it's all right. I'm sorry if you called me earlier. I was putting my daughter to bed. But yes, I am Anna DeWitt, 3815 7th Avenue. I am a Denver resident and a former Denver teacher. So you may be asking why I'm at a Westminster hearing. Well, outside of my major concern for our country and state's ability to make policy change that will affect CO2 emissions, many of my former students were residents of Westminster and surrounding areas. So what Westminster does not only affects the climate in Denver, in Colorado, and the world, the housing crisis in Westminster affected my students and ultimately my job. I'm here to speak in favor of this development, and I urge you to vote in favor of this project. So I ask, when we looked at the graphic of this, are we allowing dense buildings in our area? Are we allowing missing middle housing in our area? Or are we just having single family properties? And how does that affect us, our neighbors, and overall the housing market? As someone who earns a very traditional middle income, I can tell you how hard it is to simply survive in this state. Even as a single mom on a single middle income, I earn too much to qualify for government assistance like affordable housing. I, however, earn far too little to afford a standard home. So people like me need more housing options that we can afford. Housing options like this development will provide. If you really care about the lives of teachers, teaching your children, if you really care about first responders and nurses who have taken care of us during this pandemic, if you care about middle class workers, you will vote in favor of this housing that will support them. Please vote yes. Thank you.
The next speaker is Adam Estroff. Mr. Estroff, I've unmuted you, so if you could unmute yourself. Go ahead. Mr. Estroff, I can see that you're unmuted, but
I'm sorry, that was my fault. User error. Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. Hi, my name is Adam Estroff. I live at 361 Elati Street in Denver. I am a Denver resident, but I'm a Colorado native. I don't really like to use that term, but I was born in Boulder, and Westminster's been part of my life, kind of growing up as well. For unique institutions like the Butterfly Pavilion, as well as, of course, the AMC Promenade was the hot place to see movies when I was growing up. And I just want to say that because this community does matter to me. I have friends who live in Adams County, Jefferson County, all around. Like it's not like my experience of Colorado in the Front Range ends at any particular city line. I've gotten to live in a lot of these communities, and they're great. And so, I just wanted to couch that and thank you for giving us all the time to speak. And there's, there are like a lot of facts and things that people can say, but, in a way, this process has been a little bit weird and hurtful. I had John Fielder's book on my coffee table growing up, and, to have him write an article in Denver Westward saying, that my desire to have a home and my desire to have a family, the same way that my parents and that generation did is somehow wrong and somehow selfish. And that really hurts. Like these are people, who I grew up looking at their work and, in a way looked up to. And so I just wanted to point that out because I'm in that process of starting, my family now. And if my wife has twins, like we're going to have to move. The development like Uplands is, where we would be able to go. Coming from Boulder, the home I was born in, my mom sold it for $300,000 in 1999 when my parents got divorced. And I just looked today and it's $1.2 million. That is not inflation. They did do a great job painting the exterior of the home. It looks really nice, but there's nothing that's been done that would represent that kind of investment in the property to change its value. And that's what's happened to so many people my age is these opportunities that existed when I was a kid are just gone. And again, for folks who've testified, I really respect the passion everyone on either side of this has brought about their homes, but we cannot add housing in existing neighborhoods. That's something I've learned over the past couple of years as I've gotten involved in this issue and kind of more invested in it. as a hobby, basically, coming to times like this, I was up here all day on Monday. And since we cannot build housing in most existing neighborhoods, places like Uplands and this development are the only way that we can provide homes for new families to share the same Westminster story, the same Colorado story that prior generations have had. And, there's a broader conversation around that we don't need to have tonight. But, realistically, in order to keep this Westminster story going, the Denver Metro story that we had going, we really need to approve more housing because neighborhoods that have gone from $300,000 to $1.2 million, even if the buildings haven't changed, something has changed in them. And that's happening to all our communities. And I think we all feel that. But the solution may not be what we assume. This project will be a boon to your community. It will strengthen it. And I'm sorry, I'm a bit emotional. It's been a long process, and I know you're doing it as well. But again, these residents will strengthen your community. It's impossible to put a value on, what potential story and contribution they could have. I know that your staff is expert and they're probably right with their water estimations, and, you can trust them. And, again, I really think this is about values. I've heard a lot of commentary from opposition that we can somehow tell people where they should live or how many kids they could have. And the Chinese Communist government did that, and even they rolled it back because it didn't work. that's not a solution for us. The solution is to continue to welcome people into our community, to follow our responsibly crafted zoning regulations, and to go through processes like this. So thank you so much for your time. I hope you will vote to welcome these folks to your community. And I know everyone who testified on either side of this issue, when those people get here, are going to be welcoming great neighbors, because that's just the kind of town Westminster is. So thank you for your time. The next speaker is Joshua Katz. Mr. Katz, I have unmuted you. Please unmute yourself.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Joshua Katz, and my address is 8430 Federal Boulevard. I'm here as one of the owners and representing the other owners of Summit Square Shopping Center. Summit Square is located at 84th and Federal. We're one of the largest adjacent landowners to the project, and I'm here to speak in support of the project. My comments mostly relate to sections 4 and 6 of the Westminster Standards for approval of PUDs and PDPs. This development will help spur other development in the area. As Councilor Baker mentioned in his comment, Summit Square used to have a Safeway. The mayor also made a mention of retail space in her questions. We have been approached by a number of potential grocery store tenants for our vacant big box space, the space that used to hold the Safeway. None of these deals have worked out, but one of the most important things that they look at is the number of rooftops within the market area. The new rooftops created by Uplands should help in negotiating a deal with a future grocery store tenant and/or other tenants that will help to benefit the community, the surrounding neighborhood, and Westminster as a whole. In conclusion, we are in support of the project. On a personal note, my family has lived in Colorado since the 1800s. If I felt like this project was wrong for this area or this community, I'd be here speaking in opposition instead of support. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, that was the last virtual speaker.
Thank you. So we have 3 hours of testimony from voicemails. Let's take a 10-minute break and come back and get at it.
Sounds good. Yeah, thanks so much. I would like to. Oh, okay. Oh. But when I watch how and then when I would love but they had a yeah, I'm gonna. I got it. I would hear money. Hey, let's develop. That's why I read the state ballot. And it, you know, the big, we call it. Then like, so where do we go? Then it says, there's a place. Oh, I know. But they, you know, that's why they.
No, I'm not missing. I'm right here. I'm in the middle. I'm in the middle.
Okay, mask down, mask down.
Hey, the farm.
Not wearing a mask.
I
know.
I was really impressed with you. Before we begin, Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a motion?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to move to extend the meeting to the point when we're done with voicemail, close the public hearing, and then move the hearing to Monday night and move our regularly scheduled council meeting the night after. So we would have rest of this meeting on the 20th, council meeting on the 21st.
Any other comments?
I just have a question.
Sure, I can. So, yeah, no problem. The motion was to extend the meeting to finish the public hearing once the voicemails are all listened to. Then we would close the public hearing, and then we would pause the meeting to Monday the 20th, and we would move our regular scheduled council meeting to the 21st, which is Tuesday the day after.
Councilor Baker.
Yeah, I just had a question. Where does that put the recognition of like the legacy band item?
I would recommend that it be moved off of, go ahead, I'm sorry, City Manager.
Oh, no, thank you. Thank you, Abby. Yes, we would recommend moving the recognition for the legacy band to the next regular scheduled council meeting. And also the employee recognition was also scheduled for that night. We would move that as well. So those two would be two changes. And I think the rest of the agenda would stand as planned. And we would notice this tomorrow morning for all people. So there would be advance notice of the meeting change for the council meeting. So we can accommodate that. That would work. But we would, Councillor, we'd have to move the marching band recognition to the next council meeting.
Okay.
And here's the reason why we're just trying to look ahead for what's tonight. After we're finished with the public hearing testimony piece, both the city staff have been taking notes. The team that's here asking for all of this with Uplands is here taking notes. They each have time to present. I have no idea how long that will be. We may have questions in between all of those, but once they're both done, we will have questions for both sides. After that point, we probably will need an executive session because to work out wherever we come out with everything for motions, we need to talk with our attorney, come back out and have then finish up the meeting with where everybody is and the motions. So I think it could easily be another 3 hours. So that's the reason for the motion. So I'm just going to go down and ask each one of you if it's okay. Councilor
Yes.
Baker. Councilor Seymour.
Yes.
Councilor Smith.
Yes.
Pam.
Yes.
Councilor Nermella.
Yes.
Councilor Izadi.
Yes.
And I'm a yes. So I just wanted to let, especially I know news people are asking us and to let everybody know what we know.
Mayor, I'm just curious, just so that the public understands too, if it would be okay for us to explain when the public hearing closes, that means emails or any communication after that, they're not considered because the public hearing is closed, just so that the public understands what that means. And then we'll go back to the process that the mayor laid out on Monday when we reconvene. No, that's what I was stating. Once it's closed, it's closed. So we won't consider anything sent to us about this topic. We'll until we get back into the meeting, and then it will just be clearly between staff and what the applicant says. That will be considered for the hearing at that point.
It's an option. So I'm just laying out all of the options out there that could happen so that everybody understands the process. All right. I have no idea. I don't have a crystal ball today. Okay, let's hear voicemails. Oh, sorry.
A quick question. Does council have a preference on start time? And City Manager Andrews, is there a staff recommendation as to a start time on Monday?
Check calendars.
Thank you, Mr. Frankel. I would defer to mayor and city council as to their availability on the start time on Monday. In the past, it's been 7 p.m. Tonight was advanced to 6:30 p.m. start time, but I would defer to mayor and council as to what would work.
I can do 6 or 6:30.
I can do 6 or 6:30.
6 is good for me.
Can you, Councilor Baker, can you do 6?
I can do 6. Yeah,
Okay.
6 or 6:30.
Is, yeah. All right, 6 o'clock. We'll post it. Okay. Thank you. All right. On to voicemails.
Hello, my name is Robert Kelly. Phone number 720-771-1389. Email address N as in Nancy, Miranda, Miranda, the number 3 at yahoo.com. Again, that's N, Miranda, the number 3 at yahoo.com. I just wanted to leave a message and voice my opinion on how I disagree with developing the farmland near the Westminster Castle. If you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to reach out. Again, my name is Robert Kelly. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Hello, my name is Holly Walter. I've been a resident of Westminster for 41 years. I've watched 88th go from a small little street to a bustling thoroughway between Sheridan and Federal. I have walked past that farm very many times throughout my life, and I just want to say you guys are crazy for wanting to build on it. I know just because there's space available means you can, it doesn't mean that you should. Right now, we have no snow. There's a water drought throughout the state of Colorado, as well as you guys have put in high-density housing behind Davies Locker. There's high-density housing by the property by Wishbone, as well as across the street from the Park and Ride. I don't know why you guys decide you want to put so many people in Westminster, but the reality is we don't have the space, we don't have the resources, and no matter what you say or how you try to spin it, there won't be resources for many more people coming to the neighborhood. That space provides land, and it keeps the area from getting hot because of the vegetation. And the reality is that the Uplands just isn't a viable option for Westminster, no matter how much you guys want to continue to talk about it. It's disgusting. The fact that you guys don't want any open space is disgusting. The fact that you guys are trying to sell off any little piece of property that's out there so you can build on it is disgusting. And the fact that you guys are probably not residents of Westminster and you decide that you want to continue to build is disgusting. I've been here for 41 years. I love the farm. I love the open space. I love the neighborhood, and I love the people here. I don't want to see the gentrification happen that could happen with people moving there, and I also don't want to see crime rates go up in Westminster adding additional people. Please, please, please say no to building on that farm. It is just not a good idea for anybody here in the city. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Alexis Hill. I'm calling. I would like to state my opinion. I think that the Westminster farm should be saved. I don't feel like we need any more building structures, anything in the way. That is a beautiful view. It's a beautiful place. It doesn't need to be destroyed. There's too many people in Colorado as it is. It is overpopulated. There is no need to make this beautiful place a sight for sore eyes with construction, with all of the things that would make it lose its beautifulness. Please, please do not build there. Save the farm.
Hello, this is Gary Christensen. I live just a block from the Westminster farm, which is going to have this Uplands development. I just like to say that I support the development, and I'm very happy to hopefully have a park and some bike paths near me soon, because there aren't a lot of great options where I am. So hopefully this goes through, and before long there'll be a nice little park on the corner. Thanks. Bye-bye.
My name is John T. Bramer. I live at 7571 Elliott Street, Westminster. I am against this development. We need to have green belts. We need to have the agriculture. Things are getting worse in this country. You're going to find it harder and harder to find food. So if you want to play ignorant, just ignore what me and a lot of other people are saying and go ahead and just look at the dollar bill, and then when you choke or you starve to death later, you can remember how wise you were. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Ellen Berg, and I would like to urge City Council to vote no to Uplands development. The traffic problems we have on Federal Boulevard are horrendous. Adding more people, high rises, is just going to make it worse. I really would like City Council to vote no on this development. Thank you.
This is Susan Jean Frauenfeld. I live outside Westminster boundaries, but very close to the property being considered for development by Uplands. We have owned our house here for over 40 years. I've long expected the farm to be developed someday, as we've watched the surrounding areas grow. I imagine some of this will be developed and built upon. However, the present plan is the wrong one. If you have spent some time around this gem in the city, you will understand that it is an oasis for wildlife that is unsurpassed in the area. There is literally nothing like it within a half-hour's drive or more. The view west alone is priceless any time of year. This is why people move to Colorado and why they choose to live here. The plan as currently presented by the developer is the wrong one for Westminster. Considering that this is the biggest project of any Westminster City Council to consider or approve, and it will change the face of the city forever, isn't it worth taking the time to get it right? I know the developer is pressing the council to approve. The developer doesn't vote in Westminster and doesn't live here. If the choice is between now and or never for the developer, never is the right choice. Too many apartments and close living, tall buildings blocking out not just the view, but the sun itself, more congested streets. The surrounding area retail has been in decline for years, and the buildings are in decay. And thousands of more people living here will not improve anyone's life. My own life will be impoverished by this development. I urge this city council to vote a resounding no on approval. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Keith Kinswater. I'm a resident of Westminster, and I'm opposing this development of the farm. And I think we got enough construction and housing and residential building going on, plus commercial over here, right over here in the downtown Westminster, down the new Westminster downtown area. And I just don't think that we need to build more buildings and all that. My father used to live down on 7441 Bradford, and that was the original mayor of Westminster when it first became a city. And there was a little building that sat on the side of the yard there. It was probably 12 by 15 little building. That was the original city hall. And now it sits over in a parking lot over on Newton Street, and nobody knows even what it is unless they stop by. But it just looks, I just think there needs to be more preserve the history of the city of Westminster than just keep building and building and building and raising everybody's water rates. And that's my opinion, so thank you very much.
Hello, this is Sandra Steiner, Director of Post-Secondary and Workforce Readiness for Westminster Public Schools, calling in support of the Uplands Community Collective and the participation opportunities this development offers our career and technical education program. Westminster Public Schools is committed to student readiness for the day after graduation. And to ensure our students have the demonstrated skills needed to be successful, we integrate opportunities for them to earn college credit and industry credentials in 13 different career pathways. An additional key area of growth for our students comes when they are given the opportunity to do work-based learning. The Upland Community Collective and its partnership with Westminster Public Schools, CTE, provides our students work-based learning opportunities in the construction, agriculture, business, and culinary arts pathways. This single development can support our students and teachers through classroom demonstrations, project-based learning ideas, mentoring, and access to internships and apprenticeships for our students. In addition to support for our students in class, we also look forward to the potential employment opportunities offered by the construction companies and others who are part of the Uplands development. Westminster Public School students look for ways to contribute to their Westminster community and give back to the area they call home. Through our partnership with the Uplands development, our students will have an active role in the development of their city, and maybe students in other pathways will one day live in one of the homes their peers helped construct. This full circle working relationship supports the Westminster community and our career and technical education programs for years to come. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ezekiel Williams. I live at 1890 West 134th Avenue in Westminster, Colorado, 80234. I'm calling tonight to express my support for the Uplands project. I'm a young professional in the city here of Westminster, and I currently work with Spanish and Japanese speaking members all around the world. And I was recently approached by the Uplands community team, and they really told me a lot about this project. And I'm happy to see such an inclusive process as well as good principles for the development of the local neighborhoods. I too would want to start, a family here in Westminster, perhaps continue to live here as well. But currently there's not really all that many housing options for younger folks like myself. And I think that this development would be able to provide such an opportunity to have a higher quality of life, as well as, parks, trails, open spaces that are incorporated into our plan. I think those are amazing. An interesting feature is that when you compare them with, the existing neighborhoods, there's not all that many park or green spaces planned out in their infrastructure, but this one does. And I think that's really amazing. With that, I guess please support this application tonight. Thank you, gracias, and arigato.
Hello, my name is Donna Glasgow, and I'm calling about the Save the Farm in Westminster there. I drive by there frequently. I enjoy the view, and I will be very disappointed if you just let that go into a housing development. We need open space, fresh air, and we need to be in touch with nature. Thank you for considering my opinion. Goodbye.
Hi, this is Mary Spuler, and I am calling to basically support the new community that is supposed to be going in Westminster in the Uplands. I know you guys have a vote coming up, so I did want to leave a message to convey my support for that particular project. I think it'll be a great addition to Westminster to have this developed and the parkland that they are proposing. And I believe it's 47 acres that this particular community is building, and over 2,000 new housing units. That is it. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Suzanne Lamb. No Uplands. No Uplands.
Yes, my name is Dawn Davis, and I am the president of the North Metro region for First Bank. I have two locations in, actually 3 locations in Westminster. And I just wanted to call and provide my support for the Uplands neighborhood. And mostly I am concerned with the affordable housing in our area. And Uplands will provide up to 300 units of affordable housing, and I think that is incredibly important. I do like that they've been able to look at their sustainability and their impact on water and other things like that. I think it's a very thoughtful and well processed location, and the developers have done a good job trying to look at as many concerns as they possibly can. But for affordable housing reasons and a blight in our area and economic development, I would just really encourage council to consider approval for the Uplands neighborhood. If you have any questions, you're more than welcome to call me, and I look forward to seeing full approval next week. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bhuvan Chalise. I live in Westminster with my son, and I am from Nepali community. I'm actually growing older. I work in the health center, but it's good for you guys what you're doing for the community in the future. Jasper is refer me to. I call for Jasper. It's the community. I live in Westminster like 13 years. This is the development community is good for people. Later, if I need some help for the community, I'm looking for an older senior home too. I am 50 years old. This is all the developer is Westminster area. I live with my son, and then we'll work in the Westminster side too. Bhuvan Chalise. Yeah. Calling for development area. This is the thing. Anyway, I'm glad to you guys build the new area community or everything for the future plan. That would be great. And then calling the behalf of name Bhuvan Chalise, with my son Pukar, Westminster 80031. I'm glad to hear everything is community, like the grocery center, medicine center, medical center, shopping center, mall. It is good for the future.
Hello, yes, this is Charles Rick Andrews, and I'm calling to comment on the Uplands development. And I'm just going to read you a printed message that I've sent to the council. I've lived in Westminster for over 30 years. I came here to live in a community with open space, greenways, and parks, not sprawling high-rise apartments and townhomes. I am opposed to the proposed high-density development on the property known as the Uplands. Actually, I'm opposed to all high-density housing developments in the city. And why would the city approve another development that would directly compete with the city's new downtown? If I wanted to live in a community with high-density developments, I'd move to Cap Hill, Glendale, or downtown Denver. I live in the Sunset Ridge division in Westminster, and I haven't met a single person in my neighborhood that approves of high-density developments there. Neither Federal nor Lowell has the capacity to handle all the traffic. Federal is already a problem, and the developers don't have any kind of CDOT approval for any sort of expansion. Where's the additional water coming from? Has the city acquired additional water rights that I'm unaware of? And what does this do to the city's 20-year growth plan? This has got to put it right at its cap, if not above. Additionally, the developer Chad Ellington and O'Reed Capital have a history of not honoring promises made to secure developments in the past. Why would you deal with them? This is really almost negligent on your part to consider dealing with them. When the council considered the low-income housing at 97th and Federal, I spoke in opposition to the number of units proposed, and as well as to the 30-some exclusions that would be required to have that approved. And I promised council that I would work tirelessly to see that any member that voted for that development would lose their next election. And I did. And I can assure you that I will work equally as hard to see that anybody that votes to approve the development in the Uplands loses their next election as well. I promise you that I'll work hard to see that this is your last stint on council. Thank you very much for considering my thoughts. Charles R. Andrews, Westminster, Colorado.
Yeah, my name is Felix Baca, and I'm calling on the Upland development proposal that's coming up here on December 13th. And I want to voice my concerns with the development and things that will cause to the property values around the area, associated with the increase of possible crime, traffic, pollution, increase in water usage, all sorts of different things that will impact the environment and the area in which I live in the Shaw Heights district. My concern is property taxes also will increase, and it also will bring up the fact that we can no longer view that beautiful landscape as a traditional landmark of the Shaw Heights Westminster district, where it shows the beautiful landscape with the farm and all the land. So my concern is that this development will only bring more problems to the Westminster area that I have listed, and I just want to voice my concerns that I am totally against that development proposal. Thank you.
Lauren Dorsey. I live at 7630 Knox Court in Westminster, and I'm hearing about this development for Uplands to take over this open space where there's a farm over on Federal, and I really am concerned that by bringing 7,000 more people into a living space off of this busy road would be dangerous. I don't feel like it's a great idea at all. I understand that people want to live in Colorado. I understand that, there's a lot of money to be made in housing. And however, this is not the area. This is not a good area. I mean, this is literally one of the only open spaces where you actually have a view of the mountains, is another reason. And so really it would take away from the beauty that open space is providing where that farm is. So that would be like really unfortunate for this town where everything there is roads and buildings and, you know, not so many open spaces. So I'd really appreciate if you would, you know, take that into account. And, you know, they can build elsewhere. There's other space elsewhere where communities can be built. I do not feel like this is the best area. I feel like increasing the population would be hazardous because this road on Federal is a very busy place where people are traveling from Broomfield to Denver. And by adding that many more people in here, that would create some problems on the roadways. So my name again is Lauren Dorsey, and I would really appreciate you not approving of this building. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Monica Caravello. I'm an aspiring artist that lives at the Alto Apartments on Federal Boulevard on West 71st Avenue. I've lived in the village of Greenbrier prior to living here at Alto, and so I know a lot about this neighborhood that the new high units are going to go up in. You know, life hasn't always been easy for me, and I appreciate this opportunity to be given today. First, I want to say that I had 2 children that were terminally ill and disabled, and we experienced homelessness. And believe me, it was difficult trying to figure out where we're going to be one day at a time. And so I appreciate the 300 units of affordable housing that is allocated in the parcel, because it's a lifesaver to many parents that have children that are disabled like mine were. And it's a solution to a big problem of housing that we have in this neighborhood. On another note, I'd love to have had my children to be able to walk the parks, different open spaces that are planned. I believe that this would have benefited a lot of children that are disabled. And I would have loved my children to have been able to be alive today, to walk the gardens and smell the flowers versus cornfields and jumping rats that jump out at you when you're just going out for the night. I would like to say, please support this project, and it helps create a mix of housing to support those in need, like myself was. I thank you for this time that you give me to speak. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Malia LaSala, and I'm a 20-year-old student at the University of Colorado Boulder. I was born and raised in Colorado, and I currently reside here in Westminster. I'm calling in support of Westminster Save the Farm because we already have enough large buildings for housing, and we also have shortages of water in our city, and by putting in these large apartments, we're just going to be losing on more water, and our bills will increase, taxes will increase. Anyways, also, I appreciate the view over there, and I really would hate to see it be covered up by a bunch of large apartment buildings that we really don't need over there. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sean. I live in the corner of West 134th Avenue in North Pecos. I'm calling tonight to express my support for this project for the following reasons. I'm a young professional in Westminster, and the housing market here in Westminster is pricing out many young professionals here. The pricing for traditional San Francisco traditional as a home in Westminster is roughly around $500K, which seems unfair to newly grads with high student loans. I believe this project can help the playing field by providing more attainable housing with more options and opportunities for young professionals, teachers, and our police officers. And another important thing to note is that a huge majority of proposed residential in Parcel A are maximum of 3 stories. These houses are very similar to the surrounding and current neighborhood, which is unlikely to block the views of the mountain views. On that note, please support this application. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon. My name is William Rectanis. I'm calling today as a Westminster resident of over 20 years and an active member of the Bradburn Homeowners Association. I urge your support today for the Uplands community and the 47 acres of parks and public land dedication that would be enabled through your approval. Westminster area parks are underfunded, and the city acquisition of open space has dramatically declined in the last few years. The city already owns 60 acres of parks, including in Bradburn, that were promised to residents for recreational use but have not yet been developed. My children have been raised in Bradburn and are now in college or preparing to leave for college and have never had the benefit of these parks. Because many existing neighborhoods were built without neighborhood parks, it's very important that council proactively approve housing developments that can provide new parks within 10 minutes of their homes, as well as the funding for creation and maintenance of those local parks. At Uplands, this will be the first time in 100 years that these privately owned lands will be open to the general public. Uplands will bring 47 acres of parks, view and park corridors, and also exceed the city's goal for public land dedication. The new public parks at Uplands will enable thousands of existing residents living within 10 minutes of the community to have access to parks for their children and families to enjoy. I urge you to support and approve the Uplands community, the housing it will provide our community, and the $5 to $8 million in cash and 40 acres of donated land for public parks that will help correct the local park deficit. Thank you for your consideration, and I urge you again to approve the Uplands community. Thank you.
My name is Barbara Pooler. I'm calling regarding the Westminster Farm. On Saturday, I had another moment where it just took my breath away as I was driving down Federal, and the sunlight caught, and I just glanced to the west, and the mountains were completely illuminated, and the farm was glowing kind of golden. It was magnificent. It's heartbreaking to think that that beautiful area of open space could become a giant heat island full of tall buildings, probably many lots of places and strip malls. Just across the street, in fact, there are several empty units that used to hold businesses that didn't make it through the pandemic. There are strip malls everywhere. These are the kind of places that you should be focusing on developing and getting tenants into, or perhaps leveling and creating housing or better urban type marketplaces, if that's what Westminster is looking to become. I hate the thought of Westminster just becoming another city that's just a scab on the landscape when we have a beautiful historic space. That whole area could use a large park. I know that with a little bit of time and some more research, we could probably find ways to make this area a place that would not only be beautiful, but could somehow provide some kind of economic input into the city, or could be a saved park area. I'm sorry, I have trouble with my words sometimes. I just see this whole thing as just a land grab full of greed. As you drive down Federal North past the farm, not only on the other side of the street do you see a nearly empty strip mall, but just past 88th, I believe, just past the Circle K, there's a walled-off area that was originally, I assume, supposed to be a somewhat exclusive single-family home area. If you look in there, there's still some land plots that have not been developed, although the homes that have been built in there are beautiful. To the outside of that, along Federal, there's just a red brick wall that's now covered with graffiti. It's an eyesore, and I really do foresee any building on the farm becoming an eventual eyesore. It's also something that won't stand the test of time. The farm has been unique and beautiful for hundreds, thousands of years. It's amazing. Whereas you put some buildings up and they're going to need to be maintained. Or 20 to 50 years from now, what you end up with is a nice little ghetto in the heart of Westminster. So I need you to please consider all of these things. That area is congested with traffic already. There aren't enough schools. If you're planning to have family residences there, you're going to need to probably build another middle school, I would think, at least. And it also will add to a lot of traffic along 88th and Lowell, where children are walking to Shaw Heights Middle School and Flynn Elementary and Sunset Ridge Elementary. I think that this is just a greedy land grab, and I'm horrified to think that you guys would even consider it. We're also, more people are going to have better things to say on this, but with Stanley Lake being our main water supply, its levels were historically low last summer. Here it is December 10th, and we're just getting our first really wee little bit of snowfall. I don't know how we're going to provide water for thousands more residents in this area. So please consider that.
Hello, my name is Ted Gurley, and I am a homeowner at 8921 Hastings Way in Westminster. I'm a Hispanic, Native American, millennial, and I am deeply opposed to the Uplands development. The developer often claims that they will pay their own way for the cost of infrastructure. However, it is highly unlikely this will be the case, as they have already requested exceptions regarding metropolitan special districts, or the MSDs. In 2018, Uplands requested support from Westminster staff for the formation of 9 MSDs, as well as a complete exemption or a substantial exemption for of the 2004 MSD policy established by Council. This conversation can be seen in attachments 8 and 9 in your packet. According to the summary statement prepared for the creation of the 2004 policies, MSDs are formed by developers to finance, construct, and maintain public improvements related to a proposed development. The districts have the power to levy ad valorem property taxes and to charge fees. MSDs can be used tax-exempt, finance, and the cost of constructing and financing the improvements they are building, and the taxes they assess can be used to reimburse the developer for these costs. However, the summary statement goes on to say city staff has identified several issues of concern as a result of the city's experience involving these kinds of districts, including the following. Number 1, the city may or may not benefit from the improvements constructed, whereby the developer may benefit beyond the point of public interest of the citizens. Number 2, there are definite differences between commercial and residential districts, especially given the nature of the property owners, commercial tenants versus homeowners, and the expertise each group has or does not have with regard to taxing districts. Number 3, residents of metro districts paying up to 25 mils to a metro district often do not understand why they have to pay this tax when the vast majority of Westminster residents do not. Number 4, increased tax burdens on the residents of these districts may or may not come to the attention of the residents and tenants of these districts at the time of purchase. And number 5, a distressed MSD could result in unreasonable mill levy burdens and or closure of businesses. One of Upland's big marketing pitches is that they will provide attainable and a small amount of affordable housing. But if MSDs are allowed to take place, the actual cost of future home buyers will be much higher than the sticker price they're shown. This will greatly decrease any supposed cost benefits the development would theoretically offer to future residents. If you ask the applicant about this topic, they will likely receive, or you will likely receive, an answer about how it isn't part of the PDP process. However, I suspect that you will not get a straightforward answer, or one in which the developers say MSDs are not a source of funding they will look to obtain in the future. This proposal greatly affects the current residents of nearby communities and is abundantly clear that the residents are against it. This is illustrated by the 10,000 signatures to save the farm on a change.org petition, as well as over 600 pages of public comments in your packet, the vast majority of which are against the proposal. Protect the voices, current residents, and also those future residents who won't know what they are signing up for, and vote no on this application.
My name is Carolyn Glider. I live at 8653 Princeton Street in Shaw Heights. I'm calling to express and record my opposition to the Uplands development. The project does not meet City Codes 11-5-14-4 or 11-5-15-5 with focus on the PDP's compatibility or incompatibility with existing development in the surrounding area. Uplands proposes 65-foot tall buildings, meaning 5 stories high, along the west and east sides of Federal on parcels A and C respectively, and in parcel C along 88th Avenue, and in parcel D along 84th Avenue. There are no 5-story buildings anywhere in the surrounding area, making these plans extremely incompatible with the existing neighborhoods. In fact, most of the surrounding properties consist of single-story structures whose beautiful views will be completely destroyed by 5-story tall apartment buildings. This has significant impact on the quality of life of residents who've already made Westminster their homes. According to research by the University of Minnesota, quote, viewing scenes of nature reduces anger, fear, and stress and increases pleasant feelings, unquote. Another important way that the proposed development is not compatible with existing surrounding areas is on the financial level. The economic impact report written by Uplands assumes that within the development, the average for-sale housing value will be $550,000 and that the average household income will be $102,000. That bears repeating. Uplands assumes that the average cost for a housing unit in their development will be $550,000, more than $500,000. I don't consider that to be affordable or even attainable for most, and certainly it's not compatible with the economic status of the nearby community. In Shaw Heights, where I live, adjacent to Parcel A, the U.S. Census reports the median value of owner-occupied housing units between 2015 and 2019 was just under $291,000, and the median household income was just over $68,000. Even allowing for inflation, the assumptions in the proposal don't come close to the reality of the nearby neighborhood demographics. I also want to point out that Uplands often compares their proposal to the Bradburn Village neighborhood off of 120th. There are 2 obvious and striking differences between these developments. First, Bradburn buildings are not more than 3 stories in height, and as previously mentioned, Uplands wants to build significantly higher than that. And second, Bradburn borders on Big Dry Creek open space, which consists of nearly 700 acres of undeveloped land. According to AmericanTrails.org, Westminster's acquisition of this corridor was, quote, for open space, trail, natural area, and view preservation. Abundant wildlife and native vegetation thrive along the trail corridor, bringing tranquility to this otherwise urban center, unquote. This is quite a contrast when compared to the 40 acres of public land dedication, which are not all connected, that Uplands is proposing. Finally, I'd like to point out that the city recently removed the term next urban center of the Front Range from its vision statement because it no longer reflects the public's desires. What is this proposal if not an effort to create an urban center which is no longer a vision for the city. These are the wrong developers, and this is the wrong development for this precious land. The gentrification of our neighborhood is not what our community wants. I urge you to hear the voices of your constituents, and please vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Darlene Apalacio, and I have been a resident of Westminster for over 50 years. I am saying no to upland development. I do not feel we need it. It is perfect the way it is. That takes away our view of our beautiful Rocky Mountains. Once again, I vote no on the Uplands development. We do not need any more housing or any more developments. Thank you for your time. My name is Darlene Apalacio. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ryan Shacker. I live on 81st Avenue in Westminster, right next to the Westminster Forum, and I really would like to see it saved because it is such a beautiful property and such a staple of Westminster. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Hi, my name is Will Capageorge, and I live at 3600 Chestnut Lane in Westminster, Colorado. I wrote you a long letter detailing the many reasons I oppose the Uplands development plan, but the gist of it is that I and almost all of my neighbors oppose the rezoning of Parcel A because it will be substantially detrimental to the surrounding lands and will effectively ruin our quiet, lovely neighborhood. We bought our homes here because we want to live in a suburb and do not want to live in a city center. I urge you to consider the rezoning of Parcel A with the gravity it deserves and to disregard the comprehensive plan as it is really an incomprehensible plan. By wrapping up so many decisions into one package, the city has created a maze that it's almost impossible for residents to navigate. The first decision should be the rezoning. Shouldn't that come before the sale of the land, or at the very least before a proposed development? Unfortunately, Westminster has made this all far too complicated, and in doing so has shut out the residents. I've looked at many other cities' zoning websites, and they all provided explanatory information about comp plans, when applicable, or other zoning exceptions. If you look at the Westminster zoning webpage, there is nothing. It leads people to believe that the zoning is the zoning, which as it should be. It states that the area now known as Parcel A is zoned RE, single-family low density, and O1, open agriculture. Please remember that the Westminster planning staff has many times pointed out that the comp plan is a living document because things change and that the comp plan is not effectively rezoning because that responsibility falls to City Council in full. Things have changed dramatically over the past few years, and we are all seeing things more clearly now. My life has been enriched every day since I moved to Westminster in 2015, and a huge part of that is enjoying the open space, wildlife, and views that are possible because Parcel A exists as it does. Of course, landowners have the right to sell their land, but they have that right with current zoning, which is still RE and O1. Please know that if you make the decision to rezone Parcel A tonight, that this entire part of Westminster will be drastically altered in a negative way forever, and that will be your legacy. Please do not rubber stamp the rezoning because the comp plan muses on it being T-moned. The comp plan should not take precedence over zoning because it is outdated, overly complicated, written for developers, and still a living document that can and should change as needed. That means that this decision is fully yours. Please do not approve the rezoning of Parcel A. Finally, I just wanted to point out how many of the supporters of this plan would either financially benefit from it or who don't even live in Westminster. They live nowhere near here. Please do listen to the residents who will live with your decisions. Thank you for your careful consideration of this very important matter. Good night.
Hi, this is Derek J. Richmeyer. I live at 8910 Grove Street, Westminster, Colorado, and I vote no. We have enough crime in the city as it is. I vote no. Thank you.
Everett Lee Johnston. I am in favor if the owners are in favor of the retail development. My address is 8880 Grove Street, Westminster, 80031. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Claudia Ford, and I'm calling to urge the City Council to vote no on the Uplands development. I grew up down the road from the Pillar of Fire and the adjacent farm, and I hereby humbly but urgently ask that you refrain from approving the proposed Uplands development and vote no until alternate plans can be proposed, developed, and considered. I've sent in an email, but I wanted to read it as well to make sure that it is heard and considered. The Westminster Farm near the old Pillar of Fire historic landmark is a unique parcel of land deserving care, attention, and imagination when contemplating changes to its current state. A high-density housing development is incongruent with the neighborhood and would spoil an important opportunity to preserve the land in this now surrounding dense metropolitan area. It would also be incongruent with the city's recent planning report that highlights efforts to maintain open spaces and consider water resources as relates to population density. Instead, imagining an open space with some varied use that would maintain the openness and majestic views afforded by it could be a real boon to the neighborhood and surrounding area. For example, the city might consider a modest learning center to honor the history of the first settlers and the farming and agricultural practices that sustained them, along with a parcel for some community gardening. Perhaps an Audubon sanctuary for local and migrating birds, a well-designed network of pathways highlighting the natural grasses and flora of the high plains. No water-needy lawns on this park, please. And a series of interesting outdoor sculptures, some permanent, some rotating, to highlight local and statewide artists, maybe eventually even international artists. This parcel of land could become a highlight of the area. It could be a reason for people going from Denver to Boulder or Boulder to Denver and beyond, a reason to exit Federal Boulevard and take in something providing natural and artistic beauty. Please vote no on a prolonged and disruptive construction plan for this beautiful parcel of land. The history of this part of Westminster deserves to be honored with something unique while maintaining an open space, providing relief in the ever-dense and growing urban landscape. Your courage and thoughtfulness now will pay dividends to current and future residents of the area, as well as to demonstrate the wisdom of preserving open spaces and the imagination to see what it might become and how it can serve the community. Surely there must be a way for the city and community to pursue a consortium that would forge a wondrous preservation of this land for unique heritage, educational, and community health opportunities and benefits. Whilst the pressure for housing and jobs makes this parcel of land a mouth-watering temptation, once it's gone, it is gone for good, and the rare opportunity to do something different and outstanding in the metroscape will have been missed. So now is the time to think differently and make a commitment to find a path forward that is more creative and will serve the neighborhood, city, and metroplex in a truly positive way. Are there not any other parcels of already developed land that could be converted to updated affordable housing projects on a smaller scale? Here and there, perhaps there are older shopping centers that have seen better days, for example. Real vision could preserve and honor Westminster's heritage while creating a space highlighting the importance of nature and possibly the sculptural arts while maintaining the space for future generations. A place of respite and splendor could become something of award-winning stature, notable and exemplary of urban planning. For your reference, there is an outdoor art center called Storm King in the Hudson Valley in New York. There is also, very locally in Loveland, Colorado, the celebrated Benson Sculpture Park. I think those are two examples one could look at to inspire consideration for the use of the Westminster Farm and maintain its open space. So thank you very, very much for your consideration and for reading and listening to my lengthy plea. And I want to also mention that, speaking of New York, there is a little place called Central Park, which, had they built on that land, that city would not be what it is. I suggest that Westminster can honor its heritage by preserving that parcel of land and creating something truly in
5 minutes in length. If the system detects more than 5 seconds of silence, it will disconnect. Remember, you must state your full name during the message in order for it to be played during the meeting. Thank you.
I'm calling to recommend that the Westminster City Council not approve the proposed Uplands subdivision. I am Leo Tanguma, Chicano muralist, who has murals on the environment at the Denver International Airport. My murals, entitled In Peace and Harmony with Nature, created in 1995, show the devastation of climate change, including forest fires and the extinction of animal species. At the same time, however, these murals depict the rehabilitation of our natural environment. My murals on this subject have been greatly appreciated and accepted by viewers and passengers traveling through Denver from all over the world. Climate change is real. One has only to think about the recent forest fires in the western United States that have burned thousands of acres and have often caused our skies in Colorado to be full of smog. Yesterday, devastating tornadoes struck the central part of the United States, with the death toll mounting to over 40. Hurricanes have also increased substantially in recent years and have created tremendous devastation. Given this climate crisis, it is critical for us to combat climate change. One way we can do this is to maintain our open spaces and increase our public lands. Green spaces are needed for animals, migrating birds and butterflies, as well as for recreational purposes. The Centennial Farm represents a tremendous opportunity for the people of Westminster to increase their green space by 233 acres and to do their part to combat climate change. I, along with many other Arvada residents, have enjoyed Arvada's green spaces. I am hopeful that Westminster, where my stepson Carl and his wife Neelam and their 3 children live, will preserve the wonderful farm and develop more open space. Finally, I am concerned about who the Uplands development would benefit. The plan only allows for 40 acres of public land. The development means that Westminster's open spaces would be sacrificed so that developers can make huge profits. At the same time, citizens of Westminster would be denied significant open space. I urge you to vote no on the Uplands development project. Thank you.
My name is Barbara Jean Stanford Tanguma, and I'm calling to urge the Westminster City Council not to approve the proposed Uplands development project. My husband, Leo Tanguma, and I live in nearby Arvada next to a beautiful green space and truly appreciate being able to take long walks along the nature trail by the creek. My son, daughter-in-law, and 3 grandchildren live in Westminster, close to the farm that is under construction for the Uplands development project. This wonderful 233-acre Centennial Farm is ideal for conversion to open space for the residents of Westminster. I am deeply concerned about climate change. One has only to think about the terrible forest fires that we have experienced in the western United States during the last few years. Our usually beautiful blue Colorado skies have frequently been covered with smog due to the fires. Yesterday's tornadoes in Kentucky and in the central United States have caused devastation throughout the area, and the death toll is mounting to over 70 people. Climate change is real. It is critical that we maintain green spaces for animals, plants, migrating birds and butterflies, as well as for recreational purposes for residents. The farm is a wonderful opportunity to increase Westminster's open space. I'm concerned that the Uplands project would benefit developers at the expense of the residents of Westminster, including my son and his family. Westminster should do its part to combat climate change and provide more green space for its residents to enjoy. Therefore, I urge you to vote no on the Uplands Development Project. Thank you.
Hello, this is Dan Miter. Save the farm.
Hi, I'm Susan Clare. I live in Legacy Ridge, and I would like the farm to be kept for open space and parks, and not for 7,000 new residents. Thank you.
My name is Jai Liao. I'm a Lakewood resident, so I object to the Uplands rezoning application. If a comprehensive plan does not consider the past and the future of the city and does not listen to the community, then it is just a canvas for developers and an advertisement space for ambitious politicians and hired city staff. The farm represents the past of the city. It has retained the original look of the city from when Westminster was founded a century ago. An anti-conservation yes vote means destroying your own namesake, cutting your own roots, and becoming a sad, generic suburb town that nobody cares about and has nothing interesting to offer. The farm represents the future of the city in an era when sustainability has been identified as the key for future living. An anti-progress and anti-betterment yes vote means repeating the kind of urbanization mistakes we have been making in the past decades. So a yes vote goes against both conservation and progress. It is completely fueled by greed. The reason we have zoning laws is to try to achieve a balance between the private property rights of the owner and those of the neighbors. The reality we have to see is that this is a dense area where the activities on one property have a direct impact on the neighboring ones. There are no absolute private property rights in a suburban area. The rule says in order to change the use of one property, you have to hear what the neighbors have to say. Now, if the neighbors all have objections, but the governing body still allows it to happen, then why do we even need this theater of public hearing in the first place? Just let the hired clerks have the power of people's life and property already. This community is all for private property rights. The property owner still has the freedom to sell the land to anyone. What we have been talking about in the past 2 years is the land use, which has been locked in place by the zoning code. The community was just asserting its rights granted by our zoning law. The one who will actually violate the private property rights left and right is the developer who wants to change the land use and alter the environment and the living conditions of an established neighborhood. It is absurd for people to use the always platted for high-density housing argument. It shows that those people do not respect the history of Westminster nor the long-standing use precedents of this land. It also shows that those people do not live in reality when time has proven to us that the best use of this land is to keep it natural and pristine, so its natural, historical, and societal values can be appreciated. Enough objections from all perspectives against Uplands have been expressed in the past 2 years, and if it still cannot help the council make the right decision, then it means that there are bigger problems in our decision-making process that we need to worry about. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Crystal Wyckoff. My address is 8960 Ithaca Way, Westminster, Colorado, 80031, and I am for saving the Westminster Farm. We now have well over 10,000 signatures on Save the Farm ballot, so that should say something right there. That means you, City of Council of Westminster, have to listen to us as a whole. And I believe there is a law about that somewhere. If there is a well over so many signatures that are against something, then that something is the farm, which means we, the residents of Westminster, have won the fight, and you can't go against us on this by how many signatures we have. I was also talking to some other Westminster residents that are for saving the farm. I asked them, what if we all gave $20 a month to help save the farm? They all loved my idea, so I am bringing before you, the City Council. That means there is 116,000 residents in the City of Westminster, and including unincorporated Adams County, like Shaw Heights neighborhood. So that would be $2,320,000 a month, and it would be $27,840,000 a year to help save the Pillar of Fire farm. A bunch of residents are willing and ready to jump on board, and they are saying, where do we sign up for this? So think about it, guys. Doesn't that sound like a great idea? Hello? Yes. So please, just think about it, please. And also, what about planting some extra trees on the farm to help clean our air that we breathe? I mean, think about it. It's a good ecosystem, I think. It'd be great. So, yeah, I mean, I think would be great for our city, our unincorporated residents to help pitch in. I mean, we're all on board for this, so please just think about it. And, you know, in light of Christmas, come on, it's Christmas, guys. Christmas, that's what Christmas is about. Give us people, the residents of Westminster, a big Christmas gift. Please. Merry Christmas, everybody. And Happy New Year, and be blessed. And just give us a big Christmas gift. Okay? You know you love us. Right? Yeah. Okay. I'll stop. Love y'all. Merry Christmas. May you be blessed. Bye.
Hello, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. My name is Ken Sarnell, and I live on Wolf Court in Westfield Village. I'm leaving this message to voice my support for the Upland project. After I was born, my parents moved to Westminster to buy a home where we could raise me and my brothers. That was in 1952. I turned 70 this year, and I'm not sure there are many citizens in Westminster who can say they've been here that long. My wife and I bought our first home together in South Westminster and raised two girls there. I followed in my dad's footsteps and was a volunteer firefighter for 20 years before the city had a paid professional force. Together, we served the city for 40 years. My daughter taught in an elementary school in Westminster and still lives here today with my two grandchildren. My wife ran a daycare in the city and then worked for a small local business here where she just recently retired. We've stayed here because of the quality of life, which includes parks, open space, walking and biking trails, and access to restaurants, shops, and services. The city has changed a lot in my 70 years here, but for the most part, it's been greatly improved with the growth we've seen. And what I've noticed, what I've never been one to try to stop progress or keep others from moving here. My family was welcomed here 7 decades ago, and I'd like to continue welcoming new families to our community. And that's what I like about the Uplands. Their vision welcomes everyone, whether you're a senior like me looking to downsize, or soon you'll be someone like my niece who is renting but can't afford to buy and is looking farther north for her first home. We urgently need more housing to keep our community thriving and to keep our local businesses strong. And to have 47 acres of parks is amazing. I live across the street from the Westfield Village Park, and it's an incredible amenity. I'm happy that people who live in and around the upland will have this access to several parks and trails that will connect them to the highlands. This area of Westminster needs to have more parks, and exactly what the upland will deliver. So I hope you vote yes for this project. As a longtime resident who has watched southern Westminster deteriorate, it's past time to reinvest in our community, in our people, and in our businesses. Thank you.
Yes, this is Don Widener. I live at 8831 Ithaca Way, and no to Uplands development. I do not want anything over in that open field. So once again, Don Widener, phone number is 303-562-7689. And once again, I say no to Uplands development. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Randall Dean Castro. My address is 4397 West 107th Place, and I'm urging the City Council to oppose the development of the Uplands on the old Westminster Farm. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucy Sieber, S-I-E-B-E-R. I live at 5408 West 100th Court in Westminster. I want to thank you for the opportunity to voice my opposition to the Uplands development slated for construction between 84th and 88th and Lowell and Federal Boulevards. First off, I am not a NIMBY. Uplands is not my backyard, nor is it in my neighborhood. I believe Uplands represents an architectural and environmental affront to our community. The developer, Oriad Capital and Development, proposes a community of approximately 6,000 people. So let's vacate the population of Estes Park and relocate them here. Infrastructure, not an issue according to Oriad. The truth is our infrastructure is groaning. Our roads are crumbling and beyond congested. Water, we have been told by city powers that if we conserve water, there'll be ample resources for growth. One cannot if one's way out of a mega drought. We are told that our senior water rights are at 110%. Truth is that farmers and ranchers have the most senior water rights, and 110% of zero is a big fat zero. Many of us replied to the 2020 Westminster Community Survey that we did not see an urban corridor as part of our vision. Thankfully, that was deleted. So why now are we pursuing that intolerable objective? The only vision for Uplands is a bad case of developers' myopia. I know that I am not alone in my opposition. I have the backing over 10,000 petition signatures and over 600 pages of supporting material. On a personal note, I hold a master's degree in community leadership. I am an advocate for service leadership, meaning that a leader is defined by what he or she gives and not gains. In that regard, I have to say that those involved with Save the Farm are prime examples of service leadership. Save the Farm has waged a civic discourse that has been both factual and strategic. They have given this community a strong voice. In fact, they should be celebrated. It is now the task for our city to continue this service leadership.
Hi, my name is Lana Cangelosi. I live with my family on the corner of Oakwood and Shaw Boulevard. We have a family. We've had to build a fence on our property due to the high volume of traffic that we have through this intersection. This intersection are the two main veins that, feed into Shaw Heights down here. My kids also go to the Flynn Mazzano Academy. And with the prospects of developing the farmland out here, my main concern is traffic. Traffic. just because there's going to be a lot more cars speeding down Shaw Boulevard. And there's always almost a crash at this intersection. When I moved here, I tried to get a stop sign put in, and it was denied. So there's always constantly accidents. So my main concern is with the prospects of building large amounts of housing is just going to increase traffic more so. And then I think, of course, we're all worried about water rates and what that looks like if there's multiple homes going in. I think it's great to, develop for neighbors that can utilize resources, the neighbors that are already here. But yeah, just packing in condos, kind of similar to what they did out in Highlands. We left North Denver just due to the density. We came out here to Westminster to enjoy a little bit less density. So please just take into consideration the safety of the children who are walking to and from school. And the school, Flynn Mazzano, is adjacent to the property, as well as Crown Point Royal, but I don't know how those kids would safely utilize that across Federal. So traffic, let's just take into consideration increased volume of traffic and what that would look like for all of our neighbors that live here. Great, thank you. Again, Lana Cangelosi, and I live on a corner lot here off of Shaw Boulevard and Oak. Thank you so much. Bye.
Hi, this is Peter Lafari, Executive Director, Maker Housing Partners, the Housing Authority of Adams County. I am calling today to talk to the City Council. I am in writing and speaking to you today in support of the proposed Uplands development project. As mentioned, I'm the Executive Director of Maker Housing Partners, a socially conscious public housing authority committed to empowering people and strengthening communities. Maker supports this project for several reasons. First off, Adams County is experiencing an acute housing shortage, with the average cost of rent of a two-bedroom apartment in Westminster this November of $1,930, a deeply concerning increase of 16.5% compared to November of 2020. Our housing supply is simply not meeting the demand. To address this untenable housing market, we must begin building our way out of this shortage, and the Uplands project will add over 2,300 homes, many targeting the size and price range which is in short supply. Secondly, Uplands will be providing nearly 500 units of affordable and attainably priced homes, which are also in extremely short supply. Maker believes the Uplands is an example of a responsible development and will be a catalyst for equitable growth in a historically underinvested community. As such, Maker is a partner on the Uplands project, and we are excited to develop up to 70 affordable housing units serving Westminster residents earning between 30 to 70% of the area median income. Additionally, Maker intends for this community to focus on serving hearing and visually impaired residents, as Coloradans living with a disability disproportionately struggle with extreme housing burden. That is, those that pay more than 50% of their income on their housing costs. In closing, projects like Uplands do not come around all that often and should be implemented responsibly. We believe the Uplands team has done a tremendous job through their community engagement and design process. We are happy to support and partner with them on this vital project. We hope and urge you to do the same. Please feel free to contact me with any questions or further comments. Thank you for your time. Peter Lafari.
Hi, my name is Michael Isbell. I've been a resident of Westminster for over 26 years, and prior to that, I was born in Denver and lived off of 94th and Federal in the early 60s for another 5 years. So I've been in this neighborhood longer than any neighborhood within the Denver metro area. I would like to voice my opinion on the Save the Westminster Farm project. I understand that the city of Westminster is looking for revenue, but you need to understand also that we have water issues that are happening every year. We're developing part of the promenade, and that's going to also be more residential and apartments. We seem to be building more and more apartments and adding more and more mouths to drink water and to cook and everything else that's happening in this city. And with the infrastructure that you guys claim is going down and that we need to spend more and more money, we have such high water rates as it is. If you're going to have more people using this water, the rates are only going to increase even more and more because the volume of water is going to increase. You need to understand that this project is not a good project for the city of Westminster. Other projects may be better, but what you're planning or what is planned for that area is not what the city of Westminster needs. I would really like my voice heard and understand that this is not what the council needs to approve. There are a lot of other things that we can look at to do with this land besides adding more and more people to such a small area. Not only does that affect the traffic, but it affects the quality of life within and around the city. So that's where I stand on this. I'd appreciate you taking into consideration what I have voiced and do the right thing and not put this in place. Vote this down. Thank you.
Hi, my name is and I was just calling to leave a voicemail in regards to the development of the land on 88th and Low, between Low and Federal. Just calling to support the development and hope that there will be a shopping center, primarily like a grocery store, more parks, and provide an increase in the value of our homes. Again, my name is Tracy Yang, and I'm a resident of the city of Westminster. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Yes, my name is Eric Wyckoff, 8960 Ithaca Way. At this hearing, OREIT Capital will state that the developer will pay their own way for the cost of infrastructure. The developer has no intentions of paying for infrastructure, but will have all the residents of the Uplands development pay the developer back with interest and fees for improvements through their request for a metropolitan special district. Largely unregulated metro tax districts can double a homeowner's tax burden. On several occasions, I have heard Chad Ellington state that metro tax districts are part of the developer's toolbox. As early as 2018, OREIT Capital has requested an MSD from the city. As far back as 2018, OREIT Capital has tried to jump the line and request exceptions to the city policies on MSDs, requesting pre-approval for an MSD before the PDP. And OREIT Capital has requested an exception to the mill levy cap as outlined in the city charter. This is in attachment 8 and 9 of the City Council's agenda packet. While City staff and City Council rejected OREIT's request for jumping the line, this is just one example of what the city will be in for if the vote to approve this development. This is just one more example of the developer's intentions and half-truths in what is actually proposed. This is the wrong time and definitely the wrong developer. Please vote no on the Uplands.
Hi, my name is John Vu. I live at 9144 Lander Street in Westminster, and I just wanted to call to support the Uplands project. In the Hmong community, we have a summer festival every year, and we usually have it at Shaw Heights Middle School. And I think it would be good if we had another park where we could host it at. And so I just wanted to call to support the Uplands project. And that's it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yangli Lor, and I am a member of the Hmong community here in Colorado. I'm calling now to express my support for and understanding of the significance of affordable housing. Westminster was formerly a popular meeting spot for the Hmong community and where they can also raise their family, but due to a scarcity of affordable housing in the region, many members of the Hmong community have relocated to locations that are further apart. We used to have a central center and hub and location, but it no longer exists at this time, and that was actually in Westminster. I do believe that we must be proactive, especially in the light of the surge of Asian hate crimes and inflation. We shouldn't have to wait until a community is completely rocked by poverty or homelessness before considering affordable housing as an option in a city. Thank you so much for taking my comment today.
Hi, my name is Ellen Buckley, and I'm calling in to oppose the Uplands proposal and ask you all to please vote no. At the very least, postpone any decision until you all have had a chance to look at and approve the new Comp Plan 2040, hopefully with some changes to it, taking better account of climate change and the extreme drought we're in now and will obviously continue to be in the future. We cannot pretend we have water for this. This development alone will add a minimum additional 346 acre-feet of water usage a year. And that doesn't even include any outside watering. That also doesn't include any of the other developments recently built or approved. Those all are going to use more water. We don't have the water. We won't have the water. The decision in 2013 to convert this dryland farmland to Timund was deeply flawed, as Timund is completely incompatible with existing neighborhoods. I live 2 blocks from this high-density proposal and know no one in this area would have supported that change had any outreach been done in 2013. You must agree with that, given that over 10,000 people have signed a petition opposing this awful development. This development has been described as providing missing middle housing and as attainable housing. I don't know many middle-class folks who can afford $600,000 houses. And attainable is a meaningless word. Attainable for who? Additionally, the plans don't include any accessibility or even visitability requirements. Tiny lot homes of 3 stories above garages are not accessible for people in wheelchairs. The water usage and traffic projections are based on artificially low resident numbers and don't take into account the nearby increased population and existing housing stock. Just on my street, I've seen several houses where the number of people living in them has doubled or even quadrupled from what it was, say, 5 years ago. Also, the vehicle numbers have doubled and quadrupled. Cutting off the mountain views entirely from Federal is completely unacceptable, as is destroying the views west of Lowell on Parcel B. The land on top of the hill at 82nd and Lowell should all be dedicated public land. This spot where the community gathers to watch sunsets or stop during the day just to gaze at the mountains is really important to this existing community. You should not agree to annex this parcel unless it will be dedicated. There has to be an agreement. All that will be dedicated for public park. It's not acceptable to allow them to profit at the expense of everybody else. Allowing payment in lieu of public land is also unacceptable. To allow this development to go forward without the full amount of required parkland, which is already terribly low, is unacceptable. Please give consideration to John Carpenter's 12-7 letter in your packets He has many things to say about the details of this development. I oppose it in its entirety, but if you were to approve it, you can't approve it as it is. It's ridiculous. We residents, unfortunately, don't have thousands of dollars to spend opposing this development. The developer can come in and say things like, we're going to honor the history of the land by, there will be agriculture. No, there won't be agriculture. A community garden of, say, 20 community beds for 7,000 people is nothing about, that's not agriculture. It's not honoring the land. We're asking you to give our concerns as your citizens, your residents who already live here, more weight than a developer who just is interested in making money, because that's what developers do. This is not a good fit for the community. We can't afford to have this. High-density development is soul-crushing. It's not healthy for folks, and it does not at all fit in with the city, especially not this neighborhood. I urge you, please, please vote no. Thank you.
My name is Laura Noakes Lang. I have resided at 8150 LaPlace Court, Westminster, Colorado 80031 for about the last 53 years. I love where I live. I have watched the development in the area over the years, and for the most part, the infill has fallen into two categories: very nice and very concerning. I grew up in Queens, New York, one of the two boroughs of New York City on Long Island. During my high school years, my family lived in Manhasset, just far enough away from the city line to be nice. To the point, based on my past living experience, I think the city of Westminster is turning into a mini Queens. I would say that the low-cost apartments in Queens were more attractive than the ugly boxes being built in Westminster these days. All of my family and friends moved away from Queens as soon as they could, except the ones who are buried there. This brings me to my next point. How about shutting down this proposed Uplands development for approximately 2,500 living persons who will generate noise, traffic pollution, need for more city services such as police and fire protection, strain on the water supply, and more. Instead, have the city buy the land for a cemetery. Westminster doesn't have a big cemetery. When we die, we have to leave our hometown to be buried somewhere far away. Westminster Cemetery could be a lovely cemetery with trees, quiet and small pavilions here and there. I visualize a beautiful place to visit the departed and spend some time in peace. Some of the land could be used for public parkland or saved for open space. I remember the late Mayor Vi June lamenting Westminster's lack of a cemetery, but nothing happened to resolve the problem. The city might be able to negotiate an installment purchase plan with the church and could get some return on investment through sale of plots and maintenance fees. The church could be happy to sell the land and be free from farming it. The neighbors would be happy to have a clean, beautiful, and quiet place to look at, one that doesn't generate more traffic most days. The only unhappy people would be the developers, who would simply pack up and move on to their next project. Or maybe the city would have them design the cemetery. Think about it. I think this is a good solution to two problems: the very unhappy neighbors of the proposed development, and the city not having a cemetery. Thanks for listening.
Hello, my name is Su Yang Vu, and I am the president of HSA of Colorado, which stands for Hmong Student Association of Colorado. Something about HSA is that we like to promote the Hmong culture through community events and through community services. Something else that HSA strives for is higher education within the Hmong youth. First and foremost, I would like to thank Jasper Vu for inviting me to represent the younger generation, especially in the Hmong community. With this housing development that is being proposed, in my belief, I truly think it would benefit the Hmong community, especially within the youth, because as a current college student, something that you think of after college is where you want to reside and if you would like to move out of state or stay in state. And with me personally, the Hmong, Colorado community has made such a big impact in my life. And, with Colorado's high housing market, it is very difficult to seek houses that are affordable. And I know a lot of my peers, cousins, friends who struggle in finding housing after college. And, with the Hmong community here, something that we do value is getting a house once you are married after college and all that. And with one of my cousins I know, he just got married, got out of college, and what he can only afford right now is a apartment for him and his wife. And he does get a lot of backlash from the elders for not getting a house. And I think the only reason why the elders would do that is just because of the tradition of always, having a stable house is something that is very valued in our culture. And with the housing development, it would definitely benefit a lot of us, especially in the younger generation here. And with Colorado's Hmong community, I'm not saying that it isn't the best, but recently, people who used to live in Colorado, the Hmong community was really strong when the housing was more affordable. And because of the high market, a lot of them did move out of state, which made our Hmong community here a lot weaker. And something that I'm very passionate about is, the Hmong community sticking together and, keeping our culture alive. And, I would really like for the Hmong community to gather all together and, to make it more relevant with this housing project, it would bring a lot of families together and build the community once again. And then with the proposed office spaces that would be built, it would benefit the Hmong organizations here in Colorado, such as HMAC and my organization HSA. It would be a great resource and would benefit us a lot just because for HSA, we host a lot of general body meetings and a lot of activities and socials for the community. And with COVID especially, it's harder to find a location for all of us to utilize and to gather. And since we don't have resources like that, we would have to use, member houses and, make their houses more vulnerable for COVID. So not saying that COVID is one of the reasons why it would be more beneficial for the office spaces to be used, but as well as, just keeping that community here, developing it to make it stronger, like how it used to. And I believe that, with the housing project, with the office spaces, all together, it's just going to benefit the Hmong community. And not just the Hmong community itself, but, other ethnicities, races as well, and bring us all as whole.
My name is Rosie Marita. I am 9 years old. I live on Circle Drive. I go to school at Flynn. The farm is right in front of the school building. Won't be good for the kids. I want to save the farm so animals can live there and kids can see the farm forever. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Neelam Grover Marita. I live on Circle Drive in Westminster, where I have been a resident for almost 20 years with my husband and 3 children aged 20, 17, and 9. My parents immigrated from India to London, England, where I was born and raised. Then after meeting and marrying my husband, I decided to move to Colorado. I love living in Westminster because of the stunning views, open space, diversity, and original charm of the neighborhood. As a teacher in Westminster, I work firsthand with children, parents, and teachers, so I am aware of the challenges they face and what they want and need. Therefore, I would like to focus my comments on how the Uplands proposal is full of unrealistic promises and does not meet the criteria for approval. Specifically, criteria 11-5-14, numbers 5 and 6. The proposal will have significant adverse effects on the surrounding area. Uplands says that they will be adding sidewalks on Lowell. Let me get this straight. We can get sidewalks along Lowell and Federal, but only if the farm is paved over? Are we to believe that teachers will be able to afford the houses in Uplands? Teachers are having trouble affording to live in the neighborhood now. Housing currently being built in the area starts at $500,000. These homes include little to no outdoor space. Kids need parks and open spaces for healthy development. Uplands offers us drainage ditches instead. Uplands promises 300 housing units that are attainable. Key word there is attainable. Attainable is not the same as affordable. The promised amount of attainable homes wouldn't even house a fraction of the teachers in Westminster Public Schools. Once again, the proposal is big on promises and low on substance. The Shore Heights neighborhood is diverse, with 40% being Latino and 50% requiring free or reduced lunch. What will happen to the current residents as Uplands starts selling houses ranging from $500,000 to $800,000? Current residents will be forced out, and then we will just become another cookie-cutter neighborhood. This process is commonly known as gentrification. The most illogical Uplands promise is that the developer promises to reserve space for making healthy food available to students and the local community. Are they serious? They are going to replace the existing farm with another smaller farm? Where are they going to put the community farm? It will probably be placed in the drainage ditch where all the other garbage from Uplands will end up. As a teacher and longtime resident of Westminster, I ask you to vote no on the Uplands proposal, or at the very minimum, vote for a continuance. Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Brett Woodcock. I am a resident of Westminster, and I'm just calling to say I am against the development of the farm, especially into high-density housing. There's so many better uses of this land that can be done. Please don't let this happen. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mike Jurgensen. I have lived in Westminster for years, and I'm calling to oppose the rezoning of the farm and the Uplands development. I stand with the vast majority of my neighbors who moved here for the residential, suburban nature of Westminster. And sure, there are opportunities for growth, and there are rights for property owners to sell their property, but not in a massive, irresponsible way like this. We should be optimizing the community that we have here, not destroying what longtime Westminster residents have invested in and valued for all these many years. Please vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Theodore Jelsom. I think it'd be a great pity to lose the farm, and I really think it would be bad for Westminster. Please keep the farm. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jay Scott, and this is my testimony for the meeting on December 13th. To the Westminster City Council, I'm writing to you today to express my support of the Uplands Development Project. I work as an English teacher at Crown Point Academy, located on Federal and 86th Avenue. I joined the Crown Point family a few years ago. I was a young teacher in my mid-20s, leaving the only home I had ever known, the Riverlands of Northwest Missouri. I had taught for several years at a small school in a small town called Oregon, population 968. I loved being a teacher, but I was ready to experience a bigger place. Colorado was where I wanted to be. I packed a U-Haul and moved to Colorado in 2018. Colorado was everything I had hoped it would be. Amazing hikes and natural beauty, a bustling city life in downtown Denver, and tons of interesting people my age. Very different and exciting compared to the town I had lived and worked in, which boasted just under 1,000 residents. However, living in Colorado also brought a few things I wasn't quite prepared for: a hellacious commute and exorbitant living costs. I don't think I will shock anyone by saying that teachers don't receive the most fantastic of salaries, and I found that affording modest living arrangements was quite the challenge, one that I still experience to this day. And the lack of affordable housing near my school forces me to make a stressful drive during peak traffic hours twice every single day. I turned 30 this year, and it made me reevaluate many things in my life. I want to start a family and continue to teach at the school I love. Approval of the Uplands development project could make that happen for me and also increase the quality of life for many others in the area. Affordable housing and economic growth in this area are crucial to ensure Westminster citizens' advancement, success, and overall happiness. Sincerely, Jay Scott.
Yes, hello. My name is Barbara Williams, and I am a resident of Westminster. My zip code is 80031, and I live on the border of neighborhoods between Skyland Village and Sunset Ridge. So I'm calling to protest the Uplands development for many reasons, which I'm going to now tell you. One of the main things for me is the traffic. How much more traffic is going to be up and down all these streets between Lowell and Federal. Also, the issue that I have with the traffic is that I do not believe that CDOT has signed off on what they are considering to be the improvements that should help the traffic flow. I'm assuming that there's a reason why CDOT hasn't signed off, and I think that Council should not approve this until you know why. Also, there is some questions about drainage and the water flow, because it starts at the top of the hill and continues down. And from what I understand, there are already issues around the water drainage. And I don't believe that there has been a sign-off for what they want to do there either. Pollution is another reason, not only the air pollution in that area, but also the noise pollution. The amount of people and traffic is really going to impact the lives of the people who already live here. And we also have other malls and housing developments that have been built that are just standing. The big Westminster Mall, billions of dollars have been spent there, while others in the area are complaining about retail. We have retail sitting there that obviously is too expensive, and also housing, which was supposed to be based on affordable housing. So do I believe that the developers really plan to make it affordable here? No, I don't. Nor do I believe that they will respect the community request for what's needed. One reason to support that is that the lack of the parks in the area for kids to walk to, for families to play in. What they're proposing doesn't meet with the city councilors, the city agreements. There's supposed to be a certain amount, and there isn't. And what they want to put in there is not going to meet the requirements for Westminster city agreements. The fact that I have seen where other developers have not respected those community issues. There's one that has to do with the college down south where they were supposed to keep all the trees in the area, and they didn't. They cut them down. I'm hearing about places in Aurora where they're building and building and building. And now there are issues there. These developers say all the things that we want to hear, but they don't fulfill it. They don't do what they say they're going to do.
Would you hear that?
Pardon me with that phone call. Also, we have just voted on open space to be approved for the city of Westminster. So I would rather see funds go to make that a big, beautiful open space that would meet all the requirements we need without causing all of the pollution and other issues in that area. The money's there. There's no reason for it to not be developed into an open space or to have something else more practical done with it. The last thing we need is more apartments and housing that are just going to sit there and be filled or not filled, maybe, because they're, quote, supposed to be affordable. So please put my vote, my concerns as a community resident that's lived here over 20 years, that I do not want Uplands, and I hope that you will vote no tonight.
Hello, my name is Jerry Coyne. Dear council members, I am vehemently opposed to the Uplands development. While I have many concerns, I will focus my topic on the traffic issues that are bound to happen and therefore do not meet city codes. Currently, from this property, there is only access on Lowell Boulevard, Federal Boulevard, and 88th and 84th Avenues. Even though the developer is proposing other outlets from the development, they will all end up on the above-mentioned streets. These streets cannot possibly adequately handle the traffic that the development would cause. There is no way that an additional 4,000 plus vehicles can be accommodated on these existing streets. Currently, these streets are extremely busy, and especially so during the rush hour. Cars are backed up for several blocks, but even a larger concern is the safety of school children and family members. Every morning and afternoon, cars are backed up while parents are delivering or picking up their children at school. This occurs at Shaw Heights Middle School and John Flynn Elementary School. In addition, further north on 88th Avenue is another elementary school named Mesa, located at 9100 Lowell Boulevard. The only way to reach the elementary schools is on Lowell Boulevard, and Shaw Heights Middle School is very near Lowell. Additionally, I am concerned about the Westminster Fire and Rescue Department located at 9150 Lowell Boulevard. With all the additional traffic, emergency service will definitely be impacted. It was very apparent at the Planning Committee meeting that the majority of people speaking in favor of this project would gain monetarily. This is so wrong. Many of them do not live in this area. This development is not compatible or harmonious with the existing neighborhood, meaning also it does not meet city codes. People who live in this community should have a strong voice in this matter. A petition on Change.org to save the farm and for the Uplands proposal to be denied currently has over 10,000 signatures. Additionally, Westminster's 2020 community survey reported that 6 out of 10 residents found too much growth to be a concern, and almost 3 times as many residents said the impact on density and quality of life was negative compared to those who felt it was positive. Please listen to those who you are tasked with representing, and please, please, please do not allow this horrible plan to happen. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Misty West, and I live in the Bishop Park area. I am very concerned about the high density traffic you're planning for the field just north of me. It already takes, I have to leave 15 to 20 minutes early if I need to get on to 80th going east, or it's just ridiculous. I don't understand how you're going to do it. There's too much traffic. The streets aren't wide enough. You're already complaining about water usage. I get a nasty letter every year, and yet you're trying to tell me that the tap fees will cover the water these places use and that they're going to be, very water efficient. Well, you can't have that many people who don't use water, and they all pay at a flat rate, and then you turn around and criminalize me, even though I pay my water bill every year. I own 6 lots. So at this point, it's just ridiculous. Traffic is too bad. There's not enough water, and you're just going to cram more people in without any mitigation to our narrow streets, lack of safety lights. The intersection at 84th and Federal is already a death trap. I just don't understand how you think we're going to fit that many more people into this small of an area. Please stop.
Hi, my name is Patricia Babbitt, and I'm calling this morning to please ask everybody on City Council to save the Westminster Farm and not allow the Uplands project to destroy this precious piece of land. As water conservationist Gary Walkner and nature photographer John Fielder and numerous members of the Save the Farm group, including countless others in the Westminster community, have expressed, this is a precious parcel of land that needs to be left intact. By developing it in ways that have been proposed in the Uplands project, this destruction will surely have enormous predictable and possibly unpredictable negative consequences for those living both near the farm as well as others who live far away. Please, please, please listen to your constituents and stop courting the big developers. Please vote no to this horrendous development. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Westminster City Council. My name is Wayne Anderson. I live at 8860 Cody Street in Westminster. I am a Westminster resident and business owner. The purpose of this message is to let you know that I support the Uplands project. My support is based on a number of reasons. First, there are many development projects where the residents in the area have little or no knowledge about the project or the impact of the project on their neighborhood. In contrast, the Uplands developers has held over 200 community meetings. Greater than 6% of those meetings, or over 130, were with neighborhood residents as well as adjoining property owners. The rest were held with community participants such as the Westminster Public Schools, the Westminster Historical Society, and many community nonprofits. In addition, their community engagement expanded to regional organizations such as Adams County, regional utilities, and other governmental entities. As a result, they've been able to garner support from residents and community leaders, housing advocates, and business leaders in the area. I support the Uplands project from an economic perspective as well. I believe there will be a positive impact to the city of Westminster. The city stands to realize approximately $70 million in taxes and fees. There'll be over $30 million in water and tap fees and approximately $3 million in annual tax revenues. It is also estimated that over 3,000 permanent jobs will be created because of the Uplands project. A significant amount of space will be available for new offices, retail, restaurants, and other commercial enterprises. In addition, once the Uplands project is built out, it is estimated that over $16 million annually will be available for Westminster Public Schools. I believe that those numbers to be significant. Finally, I support the Uplands project because of its focus on water conservation and sustainability. There has been much discussion about water usage and the cost of that usage to our residents. It is anticipated that the homes created by the Uplands project will be using approximately 30% less water than the average Westminster home. This could be a savings of millions of gallons of water. The developers are able to accomplish this with their use of smart meter technology. This will help to lessen the impact of the cost of water to the future residents. As a result of the aforementioned topics, I believe the Uplands project would be extremely positive for the city of Westminster. Therefore, I strongly support the approval of the Uplands project and hope that you will also. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kelly Wiedemer, and I'm calling to just voice my opposition to the Uplands project. I am not opposed to development there, but I am opposed to the size of that development. We don't have enough water. Look at the water rates now. The traffic is horrific as it is. So I just don't even trust the developers. Or necessarily the process of the way this whole thing has come to fruition. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Hello, my name is Bev Bishop. I am a longtime resident of South Westminster. I am here speaking tonight as a member of UNE, United for a New Economy. We believe in strong communities with social and economic justice for everyone, not just for those of us lucky enough to have a strong safety net. Plans for the Uplands project would at least provide some 300 living units affordable to common average people. But that's not enough. From what I've read of this project, Uplands would provide an ongoing boon to our economy, rather than a vacant fallow field serving no useful purpose. There would be work and job training opportunities for construction workers, and later, opportunities for small businesses. For those of you listening who might think, easy for you to say, you don't have to live right across the street from it, I will say this. When it's time for a development project where I live, between 74th Avenue and the railroad tracks, as part of the Harris Park Vision Plan to be considered, I will be here again saying, yes, in my backyard, literally. Of course, I'm dead by then. People don't like change, but unless more of us start dying younger and people decide to stop having babies, we're going to have to plan for more adequate places for people to live instead of dealing with the aftermath of evictions like UNE staff encounters on a near weekly basis these days. Places where people can afford to live without having to work 2 and 3 jobs just for their housing costs, and then having to run on food pantries to eat. Things need to change with our economy. Supporting the Uplands project would be a good start. Thank you.
My name is Ron Booth, and I live on King Street, just a few blocks south of the proposed Uplands project, which, of course, obviously is what I'm calling about. I would strongly encourage the council to vote no on this project for many of the same reasons noted by my fellow Westminster residents, which I will touch on briefly. First, the proposed project, rather than being a good fit for the area, instead would stand in stark contrast to the one-story ranch-style homes on their 7,000 square foot lots that surround the entire site. Then there's also the fact that there already exists the occasional problem with runoff flowing down from the site towards Shaw Boulevard, which would be considerably exacerbated by virtually covering the entire site with homes and streets for access to those homes, preventing any rainfall, virtually any rainfall, from being absorbed by that land, causing a river to be flowing down Shaw Boulevard. Already, the minimal growth in the area has worsened traffic congestion, and the addition of over 2,300 units and over 7,000 people will make that situation far worse. Finally, and perhaps of greatest concern, is the additional demand on our water resources is considerable given the droughts we've experienced over recent years with no certain end in sight, in addition to the shortened snow seasons and snowpacks that we've seen in the mountains, which continues to be an issue of concern. And even if in this entire planet we were somehow able to miraculously turn off greenhouse gases tomorrow, all the science indicates that it would take several decades before the impacts we're seeing today of this climate crisis would stabilize and begin to measurably reduce themselves. Therefore, in the interest of plain good common sense, in the interest of putting people before profits, I propose that the council pass a resolution to table any consideration of development of the so-called uplands area until such time as the climate crisis has been fully addressed. And in the meantime, consider putting a proposal for the city to buy and preserve this area on the ballot for the voters to consider. You might be surprised to find that there is enough interest that we, the people, would be willing to shoulder the burden of acquiring the property for future generations to enjoy. Perhaps there might be a partnership between city, county, and state that would make such an acquisition more affordable for the residents of Westminster. There should be no rush to develop this property whatsoever. Instead, it should be secured by the city and more carefully considered over time. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Trujillo. My address is 4371 Wagner Drive, Westminster, Colorado 80031. And I want this to be part of the public record. I am against the Uplands development. This generation is facing a legacy heritage decision. This council right now tonight, a decision that cannot be reversed and will impact all future generations. I urge you to not have your name amongst those that say, we're just going to build it all out. There will be no more land, no more open space or remnants of the open plains and the plateaus of Colorado. We are already at max traffic, max water usage in this area. We do not want or need thousands of more people and homes on this land. Make a stand. Have courage to be the voice that all current residents and future generations need you to be. A voice that stands against 100% build out in Westminster, Colorado. A voice that says no to high density housing. Be a voice that speaks for the city's overall quality of life. A voice that protects the beauty of this high land. Take a stand and do not be amongst those who only see dollar signs. Please see me, see my family, see my kids, see our school, Crown Point Academy, see the future generations calling out for open space, view planes, less traffic, cleaner air, cleaner water. We're calling out for peace amongst the craziness of the city. Please leave a legacy that stands out from the rest of the municipalities in this area. Everywhere along the Front Range is big box building and cookie cutter building right now. This special area deserves better, and it deserves much more than just another development. It's a crown jewel and should be treated as such, not spoiled with cookie cutter high density housing. Please vote no to Uplands and their development plan, and listen to those you represent. I appreciate you listening to this message. I trust that you will hear the citizens and what we are trying to convey tonight. Take a stand. Thank you.
So this is Michael Reed. I live along Lowell near the respective development. I'm against this development. Our open space is priceless. We appreciate this area. We love the area. Not against development, just against this development. It's going to put way too much pressure, traffic, water, other issues on our area. And me, like most of the other residents of that area, are against this development. Thank you.
My name is Charles Martin. I live on Bradburn, and I do not want you to approve the Uplands. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kyle Vu. I'm the president of the Hmong American Association of Colorado. We are located off of 9546 Pelon Drive in North Glen. I'd like to thank you, City Council, for your time to review my message here. We've been talking with the Uplands project team, and there are a few things that I'd like to discuss about. I do believe this is still a great project for our community. We recently spoke about some of the farming that they're going to be introducing in these areas where they're going to be developing. I think this is a great benefit for our community, as our community is more geared towards a little bit of that urban farming. So, I mean, if the plan goes through, I think the urban farming areas are going to be fantastic for the Hmong people in the city of Westminster. Another thing that we previously spoke about with the Uplands development team is that since the Hmong people are a major part of the city of Westminster as an ethnical group, as well as the people living in Westminster. We had the student organization come through, or the Hmong student organization come through, and let me know a little bit about the program. And they said that, hey, these houses are going to be awesome for some of the younger generations. So we don't know for sure if these houses are going to still be priced competitively for the younger generation once finished and all said and done. But I mean, we'd be willing to work with the Uplands project to continue and foster these kind of growths so that our future communities in this area are able to afford these houses. Another thing that we do like about this program is that we're in the past, our organization has had a little bit of financial issues with, retaining a office for our organization. And as a nonprofit, it's fairly difficult to keep a office if there's limited funding supplies or supply streams of funding. So we've been kind of discussing if there's a possibility of maybe having an office or a community center where nonprofits like mine can be able to rent out in the case of, say, like a meeting. My name is Kyle Vu. I'm the president of the Hmong American Association of Colorado. I was disconnected from the voice messaging system. So I'm just completing my comment real quick. I believe that the Uplands project is awesome. If they are able to provide the farming community as well as geared these residential houses for the upcoming generations, as well as making a community center, cultural center of some sort, this will be an awesome addition to the city of Westminster. So, again, appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Stephen B. Flint, and I would like to say I am totally against the Uplands development. That is a no. The city council, approximately a year and a half ago, contributed, I believe, $600,000 for a traffic research going north, not to the south, which the people that lived at Uplands, would be traveling south towards downtown Denver, towards the Boulder Turnpike. Westminster doesn't need more development, as in apartments. We don't need the traffic. We have a lack of water. We will have a lack of water soon. It will overwhelm the sewage system. It just is not necessary for the city. The city of Westminster seems to abandon the original part of Westminster, and they concentrate all their services on the newer development. Is this going to continue? I don't believe that the development of the Uplands falls into the planned unit development plan of the city. We will lose our views. We will lose valuable farmland that absorbs water, carbon. I believe that's what I need to say at this moment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Keel. I live in South Westminster. This message is concerning the development called Uplands on Federal between 80th and 88th. The residents don't want that land developed and turned into another ugly housing development, blocking that beautiful view from Federal, just like what the developers did to the Westminster Mall area. It's been years, and the new downtown Westminster is still only 25% developed. Why not put Uplands there and put an open space park between 80th and 88th and Federal if it needs to be developed at all? The residents of Westminster don't want 2,300 plus more homes built at that area. It's going to create more traffic. It's going to be a drain on our water. And developing every square inch of Westminster is going to put a big strain on the water and cost the residents more for water and sewer. Stop the developing. The mayor and the council need to listen to the voters because we've had enough. I, for one, am considering selling my house and leaving Westminster as soon as I can if this doesn't stop. I've been here 43 years, almost 44, and the city has always been well run until the last 10, 15 years, something like that. And I, for one, am tired of it. Our area is just a slum anymore. If people can't afford to live here, the city is going to deteriorate more than it already has. Improve the areas of the city that really need it, like South Westminster, instead of developing new areas. Stop all this greed and corruption. And something needs to be done about South Westminster. It is becoming a slum. I realize it's close to Denver and you just ignore us because you want to develop the richer areas. But that's not fair. We pay taxes too. So you need to stop this and listen to the voters. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matthew Duran, and I'm the current president of the Westminster Education Foundation, also a current Westminster Rotarian. And I'm calling in favor of the Uplands project. Just know that, as I stated in the Planning Commission meeting, that it's not if the land is going to be sold, it's when. And I think that Upland has proven that they're going to be a good steward for the city of Westminster as well as the Westminster schools. And so I think that if we look at their record and what they've done in projects around the country as well as Colorado, they will become good stewards for the city. And I'm in complete favor of you approving the project and so that we can get moving forward. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amy Bowen, and I'm a teacher with Westminster Public Schools, and just commenting on the Upland development and just voicing my support for the development. We could use more housing in the area. I think boosting our enrollment with more children in the area. Our enrollment at Westminster Public Schools would be a wonderful thing. Having a place that teachers, housing that teachers could move into and other public employees, I think would be a really wonderful thing. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Leslie Buchanan. I'm a Westminster citizen. I've lived here my entire life and appreciate the quality of life I've had. I want you to know I oppose the Uplands proposal to build 5-story apartment complexes and block our views and use up our open space and put us in even more of a water crisis than we are now. It's a horrible idea. Please don't do it. Thanks.
My name is Pat Bird. I'm calling to give my comments about the Uplands proposed development. I am certainly against it. And one thing I'd like you to remember is that once the developers and builders have made their money, if you approve this, they will be gone. The city will be left with the problems caused by the development. And for lack of parks, shame on the city for agreeing to let the developers plan to provide less than the minimum park space that the city requires. The city has a duty to look out for the needs of the resident, not the desires of the developer or builders to make more money. And it seems as though I've read that the city sent out a survey to its residents, and the residents stated that they do not want high-density areas. Why send a survey if you're going to ignore the results? Lack of water. Oh, my gosh. We're in an extreme drought situation, and it doesn't look like it's going to be corrected for a long time. In last Tuesday's Denver Post, Eric Sky, who is a special projects coordinator with the Colorado Water Conservation Board, stated, by 2050, the statewide municipal and industrial water supply gap is projected to be between 250,000 and 750,000 acre feet per year. That's not gallons, that's acre feet. These are, and he even said, those are pretty scary numbers. From the calculations I did using the developer's estimates, the residents alone would be using at least 17 million gallons of water per month, plus whatever the HOA and the commercial units use would be above that. That's a lot of water in an extreme drought situation. Our aquifers are drying up, and it takes a long time to even replenish those. I'd rather water go to the farmers and ranchers. You know, horrible traffic problems. With at least 2 workers per unit to be able to afford a unit, that means there's going to be at least 4,700 people and at least 4,700 cars. Some will work from home. A few will ride a bike to work, and a few will use light rail. But most will get into the car and drive to their job. Federal and Lowell can't handle that huge increase in traffic. And to add lanes to Federal and Lowell, business and homes would have to be purchased. That's a long process. And how safe will the students at the school at 88th and Lowell be with the increase in traffic, plus the traffic from the currently being built duplexes that are across from the school? I can't imagine the traffic. That's going to be horrible. And this, if this is developed, it's going to have an effect on our climate problem because it's a huge, would be a huge concrete heated area. And that just adds to the problem we have with climate. So I'm certainly not in favor of that Uplands development. It's a huge mistake if the city approves it. Thank you. Bye. Again, Pat Bird. Bye-bye.
Hi, this is Mark Kaiser, 7035 Zenobia Street, Westminster, Colorado, 80030. I could spend my whole 5 minutes talking about why this Uplands Farms development is not good for the community. However, I think there are 3 very important issues on the table. First would be the slow redevelopment of the Westminster Mall. Yet this new development would add another 88,000 square feet of retail development when the old Westminster Mall, which was supposed to be a destination for the new downtown cannot attract business. If we cannot fill the Westminster Mall, how can we find tenants for another 88,000 square feet of commercial space? Secondly, is the further division this will further cause between South Westminster and North Westminster. The residents in the south part already are convinced that they are not even considered in decisions that are made by the City of Westminster or the Adams County Commissioners. In fact, in my humble opinion, the ADCO Commissioners don't even recognize South Westminster as being part of the Adams County. And third, last but not least, the farm would be an excellent option to honoring Westminster and Adams County history by designating it as open space. Enough said. Thank you.
Maria Dolores Ramirez. Dear City Council members, my name is Dolores Ramirez and I'm calling to express my support for the Uplands Development Project. Access to affordable housing is one of the major issues I care about, recognizing that housing costs are accelerating at a pace that far exceeds the wages and household income for many families in our community. I support the Uplands project because of their emphasis on workforce development and job opportunities for local workers. I also appreciate their commitment to increasing access to health, affordable, and culturally appropriate food in the area that is scored as low income and low access by the USDA's food desert map, and their overall commitment to creating economic opportunity for small businesses and business communities of color. However, I'm also underwhelmed by the amount of affordable housing committed to this project. I believe this is due to a direct lack of a requirement for affordable housing by the City of Westminster. The 300 plus units that will be deed restricted in the Uplands project is good. However, I ask that City Council take a more active role in creating more affordable housing in our community. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Naomi Gruza. My address is 8865 Federal Boulevard, Unit 204, Westminster. I'm calling to urge the City Council to vote no on the Uplands project. Our water supply is already 10% over-allocated, so we do not have enough water to support this project. Tap fees don't make it rain. Water is a basic necessity for every life form on Earth, which is why it's so important that we responsibly manage our use of it. The way the proposed Uplands plan is written now does not even meet the minimum public land dedication. This opens the door for the developer to just build even more in that space, while the city takes the cash in lieu of land for our community. South Westminster has been neglected in its complete lack of parks and open space. However, North Westminster, which is the more affluent area of the city, has plenty of parks and open space. The existing neighborhoods surrounding the Westminster Farm are home to many who are people of color, part of the elderly population, and lower income residents. And I believe that everyone should have access to green spaces, no matter their socioeconomic status. The homes in the proposed Uplands project are deceptively being called affordable. No, $500,000 homes should not be considered affordable, especially since the potential building project would put all of the homes in a metro tax district, where the developers can charge as high taxes as they please. And keep in mind that the developer's goal is to line their pockets with as much money as possible. My neighbors and myself are fighting for our community, the community that lives here now. City Council, I urge you to vote no on the proposed Uplands project. Thank you.
Good morning, City Council. This is Parker Brown, 9922 Quay Way, Westminster, Colorado. I'm calling in favor of the Uplands project. I just wanted to let y'all know I appreciate all the hard work you've done to put into this effort. I think the Uplands management has done a great job in being transparent, in doing the right thing. They are increasing job growth in the area. They are being sustainable. They are increasing housing opportunity for the affordable and for the seniors. They are investing in infrastructure, investing in the schools, investing in special districts. They have done everything, within the community, following all the processes. They've been working through this process since 2017, and they've done everything the right way. So I urge the City Council to look at this as a positive impact to the community and vote yes on this project. Thank you so much and have a great night.
Yes, this is Dwayne Sensky. I've lived in Westminster for 40 years, and I just want to make my voice heard. The development that's been proposed to the City Council is just wrong. We can't do this. We can't afford, as Westminster residents, to entertain this thought. That field that is open provides a wonderful, perfect panoramic view of the mountains and is so refreshing to see on a daily basis. The stress that this number of people and development would put on our infrastructure is way beyond any tax benefit would happen if we allowed this to happen. That number of people in that small area that is already overdeveloped would create many, many problems. Our water and sewer system, which is, as the City Council previously stated, a problem now, how are we to suffice and make it happen for these people, the additional people living there? We'd have to build a total new system. This is just wrong. It's wrong for Westminster. We can't afford this. The water situation in the state of Colorado is horrible. The Colorado River is running way low. Blue Mesa is way low. All of our reservoirs are way low. We can't afford to put this in. And then what will happen? We all share in the problems? We all going to share to rebuild this infrastructure? No, it should fall on their hands if you end up doing it. But it's wrong. Please accept my viewpoint. Take it into consideration, and I hope and pray City Council sees through this and says, no, there is no benefit. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Francisco Rodriguez, and I live in 8802 Kent Street. I'm calling regarding this development they want to do on our land. Well, it's not my land, but I like to keep the land because the way we have a view, we don't want to lose our view, our mountain view, And I don't agree with this development. Again, my name is Francisco Rodriguez, and I live 8802 Kent Street. Like I said, I disagree with this development here. We like to keep the land. We like to keep this farm here. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Ryan McCoy, and I am a native to the city of Westminster, and I live in the Gregory Hill area just south of the property that will be developed. The purpose of this voicemail is to signal my support for Oriad's development, the Uplands. I understand the concerns of several residents, but I also know all change is met with resistance. Oriad has done their due diligence and, in my opinion, has made a strong effort building relationships and addressing concerns within the city. Not to mention, they have modified their plan countless times and are now even creating more parks and open space for our community. The project not only brings affordable housing to Westminster, the project will also be an economic driver for our city for years to come. Furthermore, after reviewing the details of the project, it is clear that Uplands will be a development that connects multiple communities and provides trails connecting us to parks and open space. Like what we have seen in the northern part of our city. Thank you again for your time. And again, my name is Ryan McCoy.
Yes, this is Dennis Gallagher, 5097 Mead, a resident of North Denver, near Regis, Denver, Colorado, 80221. Dear Westminster Council members, I'm Dennis Gallagher, a resident of North Denver, near Regis University, and I can see the farm under discussion from my home on Mead Street. I grew up in North Denver and can remember riding my bike up Lowell to the farm. It was a great adventure, like going to the mountains to see this historic site. We enjoyed our mom's sack lunches on our trips up Lowell to its northerly highlands. I was honored for 24 years to serve in our legislature, House and Senate, and the older amongst you might remember the Gallagher Amendment. I served 8 years on Denver City Council and 12 years as Denver City Auditor. When I attended Regis University many years ago, our Jesuit teachers asked us to translate the Athenian Oath from ancient Greek. The oath asked Athenians to leave their city more beautiful than we found it. I tried to live up to that excellent sentiment while I was in elective office. Will this vote leave our city better off than we found it? Your vote this evening, if you vote to save the farm, as your constituents have lovingly christened the vote tonight, you will follow in that ancient and honorable tradition. And I am pleased to report that the people of Denver also supported that esteemed tradition by voting recently to preserve Park Hill Golf Course as open space in northeast Denver. Listen to this. The mayor and city council members and city planners, along with many developers, conjured up a witch's brew which would allow development of the old Park Hill Golf Course site. So the Park Hill neighbors placed the matter on the ballot. The developer then placed a competing, confusing measure on the same ballot, which promised to only develop 60% of the old golf open space. 301 on the Denver ballot passed in most parts of the city, keeping the site's open space, and the people voted against the developer, even developing 60% of the site. So the people of Denver spoke, and we hope the old site will be able to be preserved as open space. So tonight, dear Westminster City Council members, as you vote in your good judgment about the future of the Westminster Farm, your constituents will hold your names in reverence in the future for having the courage, foresight, and tenacity to vote to save the farm. And if any of you would like a copy of the ancient Athenian Oath in the original Greek, with English translation, of course, email me at dgallag954@AOL, and I will send you a copy. Thanks for letting someone from Denver, especially North Denver, within sight of the historic farm, chime in on this important issue. Again, Dennis Gallagher, Denver.
Hello, my name is Andrew Ramsberg. I live in the area of 92nd Street in Osceola, and I love the view from the castle area. I volunteer at, unfortunately, a food bank that is closing next week. Have a Heart Foundation, which I always enjoy driving in the mornings, seeing the sunrise by the castle and the fields. And it would be a real shame to see that cluttered with more high-density apartment complexes, which have already seen come up in the area on Sheridan, where there used to be horse pastures. Now it's, again, high-density condos, apartments. I don't know what you call them, but once it's done, it's done. Enough has been done. Let's slow it down. So again, my name is Andrew Ramsberg, and I disapprove of any more development in this area. Thank you, and please vote with your conscience and preserve the land.
Yes, my name is Larry Cassetta. I live in South Westminster, and I do not believe in this thing that they're having up there for the farms. I mean, Lowell Boulevard, Federal Boulevard, neither one of them are big enough now to handle all of the traffic, and you want to put more, low-income housing that, in South Westminster, which isn't right. All of us property owners down here, our property is going to go down because of all of this crap that you people want to keep putting in up there. So I'm not for it, and, I feel nobody in South Westminster should be for it, traffic-wise or property value-wise. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Pacey. I own the Chris Pacey Agency in Westminster, Colorado. My address is 11867 Bradburn Boulevard, Westminster, 80031. And I'm calling in support of the Uplands project. I have 10 employees here, and they all talk about the struggle to find affordable homes, affordable housing near the office. And if I'm to attract new employees and grow as we are, it's really important that we have good, affordable housing within a close proximity of our office to get the best people and grow our business to even greater heights. Thank you very much.
Hi, this is Calvin Tran. I am calling in support of the Uplands community in Westminster. Our community is in desperate need of more housing for all of the community members, your frontline workers, and also as an up-and-coming homeowner to be, I would love to get more of a range of housing options that's affordable and attainable for my first home purchase, which might be possible here. They're making huge investments into the city infrastructure that would bring a lot more development into the community, a lot more money in, a lot more support for other businesses and other communities as well. So I am in support. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Julie Spear. I am calling to strongly oppose the Uplands development that is being discussed. It's only a couple of blocks over from my house. I am strongly opposed to this. That is a beautiful parcel of land that could really be used to become a park. We have no great big parks nearby. There is very little open space. There has been very little consideration taken into account in the increased number of traffic that's going to be happening. Should all of those thousands of new homes and new people be added to the traffic that's around us already? We already have huge backups going on Lowell, and there's going to be even less streets available as you cut off the cross street of Shaw that's supposed to be zoned out, and city residents are already being asked to remove their lawns, reduce their water usage, and we're only getting hotter and drier here, and thousands more people are going to be brought in to take over this land and have houses built. I think it's incredibly unsustainable. When I asked at one of the meetings if there was going to be any sort of green building done to reduce the water usage, I was told that just it's going to be LEED certified appliances, but there was not going to be any reusage of gray water. There was not going to be any reduction in water usage that I could hear. And I just think it's ridiculous that all of the local and current residents are being asked to reduce their water usage, to be charged more, being asked to remove their lawns, and here you're going to be putting in a ton more housing and not taking into account that impact. I know that this has already been built into the plan as far as what you think the water usage is going to be able to be allowable for the water that's already set aside for the city. But as we get hotter and drier, we need that water for our current residents. And I just think this is very short-sighted. And I think this is a really great opportunity for the city council to actually use the funds that are set aside for open space and acquire some of this land and actually set it aside for the residents to enjoy. That's some fantastic views. There's an opportunity to have, it's a working farm. If there was a way to have some sort of a reduced, a smaller farm there that could be, the community could learn some, and maybe some gardens there, that would be wonderful. It'd be great to have some community gardens there. But it's just, I think it's a real wasted opportunity for that to get turned into high density housing, use so many more resources. We lose our view, we increase our traffic, and I just think it's going to be a really huge negative impact for the area, and it's very short-sighted of the city to allow that to happen. So I strongly oppose the Uplands development. Please listen to the local residents who have made their voices heard. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Michael Lazar. I'm an attorney in Denver, Colorado. I currently live at 1115 Oakhurst Drive in Broomfield. I've lived in the Westminster-Broomfield area since 2008. And for most of that time, I lived in Westminster before moving to Broomfield in 2017. And even since moving to Broomfield, I've continued to remain engaged in the Westminster community, and my activities include participating in the Westminster Chamber of Commerce, representing as a lawyer multiple Westminster businesses and residents, and also continuing to maintain my own rental property in the city of Westminster. And so with all of that in mind, I'm calling to urge the Westminster City Council to approve the Uplands project. In doing so, I'd like the council to consider the following. What is the council's fundamental purpose? The main purpose of any city government, any government really, is to protect the individual natural rights of the citizens and the stakeholders that it oversees. And so the fundamental function of city council is to protect the natural rights of the citizens of Westminster, and these natural rights include property rights. And what we have in this Upland situation is a scenario in which the current owners of the subject land for development want to sell, and the Uplands developers want to buy empty land so that it can be developed, and so that it can be developed in an area that is underdeveloped and is often overlooked by the rest of the city. Fundamentally speaking, this is a win for everybody. It is an opportunity for the city government to enhance property values and the lives of many of the residents in the area. It is an opportunity to improve the availability of housing, including affordable housing for the residents of Westminster. And all the city government has to do here, the only thing city council has to do is to let private individuals go to work. It's a very small ask. And the one thing that I'd stress for the council to consider would be that the Uplands developers have really gone out of their way during this whole process for a number of years to work with the city council, to work with individual residents, to work with other stakeholders, including community organizations such as the Westminster Chamber, to hear out the concerns of all of these interested parties, to really come up with a solution that fits as many different agenda as possible, that truly promotes and enhances the living experience for the city of Westminster. And this is the type of transaction that good government should facilitate. I mean, there really isn't a good reason to interfere with this particular transaction. This is land that has been slated for development for a number of years. Water interests, water rights have been allocated to this development for a number of years. If it's not going to be the Uplands developers developing this land, then who should it be? If it's not going to be this particular development, what should the development be? What we have is a tremendous opportunity to build up this particular segment of Westminster in a way that is sustainable, in a way that promotes affordable housing, and in a way that will truly serve Westminster and then surrounding areas for years to come. And for that reason, I call upon the City Council to approve the Uplands project. And thank you.
Brenda Baca, to the City Council, please, we, the majority of people of Westminster, don't want and need this development, and we're not going to benefit from this project, especially Section 8 I have been hearing about, and water, traffic, pollution, high theft rate, violence. Our house taxes go up, but my house value goes down. Please. No, thank you. We don't need this.
Hey, how you guys doing? My name is Logan Clark. I live here in the 80237 area code in Denver, Colorado. I'm the owner and coach of Ram Fitness Training Systems, which is a statewide athletic coaching and training organization. I'm calling because I received some news about how Uplands might possibly be creating a housing community in Westminster, and I just want to tell you why that would be beneficial to me. As someone whose home church is in Arvada, Colorado, and I'm currently in Bible college, and my future seminary will be Denver Seminary. Westminster provides a location that would only be about 5 minutes from my home church, if that, and only 20 minutes from my future seminary. Currently, my commute in the 80237 area code to Denver Seminary would be about 30 to 40 minutes, and my commute up to my home church is about 35 minutes. Now, reason being why I live down here is that Westminster didn't have affordable housing for me. Instead, I moved down to the Denver area codes. As a result, I've had to live around people who have had mental illness, who have been a part of gangs, people who have had domestic violence situations, and I've had to have way more run-ins to law enforcement amongst my housing communities than I would have liked to. I think the Uplands project could have massive upside potential, especially for young working professionals like me and people who want to be an asset to their community. I feel like if this project went through, it would attract many people who are like me, young working professionals who want to be beneficial to their community. I genuinely hope that you guys think about this and you accept it, and so that you can get someone like me and other people into Westminster. Hope you guys have a great day, and I hope you take this voicemail into consideration. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, good evening. My name is Lance Nading, Nading. I attended Ranham High School, and I graduated in 1979, and I grew up in Westminster. My mom grew up in Westminster, and she graduated from Westminster High School in 1959. So we are very tied to the Westminster community, and I'm very proud of the Westminster community. We don't currently live there. However, it's still very near and dear. My mom's involved with the arts district and the arts folks down off of Lowell and that area. And it's very important to us. She's not doing well. She's sick, so I'm speaking on behalf of both of us. But we're very big supporters of the Uplands project and what it does to bring opportunity and economic growth to the community that's long, long overdue. I commend you and the leaders of Westminster thus far that have provided the pathway and the opportunity for Uplands to continue with what they're trying to achieve with the amenities, the housing, and the renewal and repurposing of several of the areas in and around Westminster for the benefit of the occupants and the residents of Westminster. I continue to support the cause, and I will be available at any point in time throughout the process to give more depth of detail as to why I support the continued progress of Uplands and the development that they're pursuing for the benefit of the community. I can be reached at 303-359-8337 at any point in time in the future. And I wish the project success, and I continue to wish the city of Westminster and its growth and its potential to offer its citizens the best of what is available in our great state of Colorado over the next many, many years. Thank you for your time and your effort, and I will continue to hope that this continues to go the direction it needs to. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gwen Wise. I live in Westminster, and I'm speaking tonight to ask Westminster City Council to say no to the Uplands development and to pause the development of the farmland. Uplands has not proven to be compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhoods. Historic agricultural land should be more creatively developed than a carbon copy multi-use urban community can provide. To remove historic land, open spaces, and irreplaceable views of the Rocky Mountains and replace them with high-density housing units is a mistake Westminster cannot reverse once it is done. Even worse, once Uplands has approval, they intend to reserve the right to give cash in lieu of some of the publicly dedicated land required of them. The leaders of our city should look at this open space as an amenity for current residents and their future children and grandchildren. Planning for future smart development of some of the land should include looking at more creative ways to use and preserve agricultural land, especially when that land can be used to divide the borders of parts of South Westminster, to define the borders of parts of South Westminster, and make the city a truly special destination, instead of a city that crams as many high-density units as possible in, claiming the need for more affordable housing. Speaking of affordable housing, on a national scale, it has become apparent that these urbanized developments don't actually lower the housing costs. In fact, they contribute to higher costs because they follow with using Metro taxing authority as the developers plan to do in this case. Expansive open spaces that you truly preserve the character of the land are necessary for every community. If you look at the Westminster neighborhood map, it is apparent that the south part of Westminster has far fewer parks, trails, and open space than any other area of the city. Westminster has built more apartments than almost any other Colorado city in the last few years, and it has not made Westminster more affordable or sustainable. When a push is made to urbanize areas outside the urban center, more towns and cities should be expected to spread the developments around. There are plenty of communities that can take more of the burden of so-called affordable housing developments in Boulder, Adams, and Jefferson counties. Please consider these points, and please put the Uplands development on pause. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ruth Gaitan, and I am all for saving the farm. Thank you so much. Bye.
That was the last one. Okay, we have one final live speaker who arrived a little late. So if Mary Thunberg would come to the podium, please. She gone? And somebody check out that doorway. No? Okay. I just had seen her, so we're just trying to give a last chance. All right, so that closes the public testimony for the What did he say? Oh.
No? Okay. This closes the public testimony for the public hearing, and the meeting will continue at 6 p.m. December 20th. See you all then.